Okay, thank you. I am going to call the March 28th Town Council meeting to order. Oh, good. If everyone would please stand to pledge the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I have one announcement. I will start it and then I believe Mr. Paolino is going to finish it.
Yeah, so we're second.
It's an announcement. I can't do announcement.
It's in the agenda.
That's number 4.
Oh, okay, never mind. Announcement to come later. We are going to go, as I announced earlier, we are going to go into executive session. So we're going to have to ask you all to leave and it should only be 15 minutes and then we will be back into open session. Read the agenda. What can I say, Mr. Renzi? The only one shaking your head.
He always does that. He's got Tourette's.
I will come out and wave and yell and, okay? I will jump up and down. You will see me, okay?
Sorry.
Thank Hi, thank you. Sorry for the longer wait than we thought, but we had a lot of good discussion. No votes were taken during executive session. We are going to be going into open session. I do have a couple of stipulations, rules, I don't know what you want to call them, but I am going to ask that both parties be treated with respect, that we have decorum of a council meeting, that I am not taking any questions or comments from the audience, either via Zoom or in public here. Only the sitting council members will be able to ask questions. I will remind people that this is not a courtroom. This is not a trial. We are not on trial. Gordon is not on trial. It's a town council meeting to address some concerns. If there are any comments from the audience, signs of disrespectfulness, I will ask Chief Lindell to remove you. I will give you one warning and one warning only, and then you will be removed. When we are discussing this, no names will be used other than Gordon's, because he's the one brought forward. The letters that are going to be addressed tonight will not be read. Historically, we have not read letters that have been sent to the council. So we will not be using those letters, and we will not be using the names of the authors of those letters. Let me see. That's what I have.
Denise, I will be recusing myself from this discussion.
Oh, that's because we have, hold on.
I said I will be recusing myself from this discussion.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, Gordon. Oh, yep, you're on again. Thank you. Hi, thank you for coming tonight. And I assume you're Miss Holly?
Yes.
Hi.
Lisa Holly.
Hi, how are you? Denise DeFranco. Nice to meet you. What's the problem? Oh, do you want them to? Okay, so yes, if you can. Yes. Thank you. I've been. There it is. Thank you. I will notify you that Mr. Rogers had been sent a letter to be brought into you were emailed a letter to come into executive session
Not for this meeting, no.
for the previous meeting, which you asked to hold over. So it stands as the same letter. So there was an email letter stating we were having a meeting on the 21st, I think it was 14th, the 14th. And that Mrs. Holly could not make that meeting, so we delayed it to tonight. So we did have that. So the reason we have this meeting tonight and asked for Mr. Rogers to come to executive session is because we had received letters from staff members within the town hall, concerns about behaviors, conduct within town hall. And as you know, we have to address those when they're brought to us, no matter who it's in regards to. So that's what brings us here. That being said, you're here to represent Mr. Rogers, so go right ahead.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this type of inquiry. I would imagine that there's been an investigation that has prompted this. Am I correct about that?
Yes,
And-
I have met with the individuals. I have discussed this at length with them. Actually, several times I've met with them.
So no disrespect to Madam President, my question was, has there been an investigation of the allegations? I know you met with them, and I
Mhm.
believe you also met with the chief of police. So that's usually some precursor to an
I-
investigation into the allegations.
And meeting with the chief of police is also when I met with the whole department.
Correct, that's what I mean. So
Okay,
apparently.
as her
Roy-
being part of, as her
Right.
being part of the departments, yes, as a department head. There
I guess-
has, yes,
I guess I'm not specific in my question. It appears from the documents provided that there was a meeting with Madam President, the police chief, and the staff members that have a complaint.
and others. There were
Yeah.
several, I will tell you what precipitated this.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So there was a post on Facebook that had drawn a lot of attention. There were a lot of concerns, et cetera. Conversations being held. I felt that I needed to go in as town council president, meet with all the department heads, excluding Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Ryder, I'm sorry, but your light is very bright.
Oh, I didn't even know it was on.
Thank you. I met with all the department heads, all the staff members, including the chief. And then I also met with, went to the police department and met with staff there. I did not meet with Mr. Rogers at that point. I met with Mr. Rogers privately at my home and told him what I had mentioned to everyone else at those meetings. And what I had mentioned at those meetings is that I myself was not aware of that posting, and that's what precipitated this. There are a lot of concerns were brought up at that meeting at the town hall. I told people that I would not take hearsay, that I needed to have something in writing, and that would be what I would address. But I was not going to sit there and listen to complaints and not have a paper trail, if you will. So we had that. Once we received those letters, I went and met with those authors, the people that wrote the letters, and I met with them and discussed what their concerns were.
So after the letters, you followed up with one-on-ones
Yeah.
with the complainant.
And then met with them as a group, yes.
And as a result of these meetings that the DPW director was not privy to, meetings with other directors, meetings with staff, meetings with police staff. I think you said you met at the police department.
All
as
addressing that
well.
posting. All of it was to address the posting on Facebook that precipitated a lot of conversations in town, within town hall. And I felt as council president that I needed to address those and to let it be known that it was not something that I had condoned or that the council was aware of. That's what it was. I did meet with Mr. Rogers and told him the exact same thing.
That you were meeting about
That
a
I had met-
Facebook post?
That, yes, I had told him that I met with others.
And it was a
I-
Facebook post that he posted?
No, it was not.
So you, I just want to be clear because
Yes.
this is all news to me.
Yeah.
That was not provided to me as any type of discovery or to be able to be prepared today to address a Facebook post that Mr. Rogers did not post.
No.
But because of someone else's Facebook post,
Mhm.
Mr. Rogers is being investigated.
No.
Okay. Help me with that,
There
please.
was a Facebook post. A lot of concern about that. I'm not even going to address what was on Facebook. I'm addressing what was being said within town hall, what was being said within the police department. So I went and addressed that personnel, all personnel in town, excluding DPW workers. I went and met with all of them and all the department heads, any employee of the town. Let them know that we did not condone or know about the posting. I felt that it was only fair that since I met with every other department head, that I need to also meet with DPW department head. I called him, I asked him to come. We met in my driveway. I explained to him exactly what I said. I said, I only think it's fair that you know also, this is what I have done. And this is what the conversation was. And that's when it ended. Then I got letters.
At the time that you met with those staff
Mhm.
people, did you ask them to document any issues they might have had with
They started,
Rogers?
they had many concerns regarding, and I said that at that time, I was not addressing them. If they wanted to put it in writing, then we would, as a council, address them.
Have they been addressed sufficiently and fully at this point?
I feel well, I have met with them several times. I don't know whether any of the other council members have, but I have met with the letter writers, let's say, many times.
And as a result of your meeting with them, was Mr. Rogers ever provided with the opportunity to rebut anything that was
That's
in
what
there?
tonight's meeting is for.
So I will tell you we're hamstringed to be able to address them without addressing each letter individually. And I come prepared with evidence that refutes a lot of things, whether it's emails or photographs or other people here that can testify that indeed there's a lot of falsity in these letters. I don't know that the town council wants that today, but I'm happy to do that and go through each individual. But ordinarily, in the case of something that seemingly is an internal investigation, the investigation first, and then the findings are something that we can refute. It seems like this is the investigation. And if that's your process, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just need to know what the process is.
My understanding of that address anything individual. It has to be a council. I cannot discuss it with individual council members without it being an OMA violation. So therefore, our only process is, as a council, is to do it and open as an agenda item. If I'm wrong on that, I'll go to our council.
Sure.
So the council can't have conversations individually if it creates an OMA. So the only way to comply with the OMA is for them to do it on an agenda. That's part of the problem. I didn't receive any copies of the letters though, of any documentation from you that you wanted to present.
You provided the letters to me.
Yeah, but you just said you had other documentation.
I have documentation that rebuts that. I have email.
That have gone back and forth. I have photographs. I'll give you an example. There's one allegation about Mr. Rogers not being responsive to town hall when they had a snowstorm, and some issues about walkways not being able to be shoveled and no shovels at town hall, which is a very simple example of what has been piled on in these documents. We have records from cell phone records as to what time calls were made. We have photographs of DPW workers clearing the walkway that was alleged to be dangerous and people falling. I have all that. I just got the letters yesterday, I believe. And we've been able to pull together emails. We have a phone call that is within minutes of the alleged violation of leaving slippery walkways. That's just one simple issue to refute. We have people here that are willing, although I was surprised that you said no questions or comments, but we have people here that can refute things in these letters. I'm prepared to go forward with all of it. I just want to be respectful. Is this what you expected from us? Because we've, as I said, usually there's an internal investigation, there's findings, either these allegations are founded or not, but it seems like you do want to try it right now. So I'm happy to provide you with the emails, the photographs.
Julia, correct me, I think that's the only way we can move forward. Is by doing it at this meeting if there's another way to go about this.
Are you talking about an investigation
Right.
or a hearing?
Or what tonight? Is this considered part of, do we as a council move forward and say, okay, we're gonna investigate it, is I don't know if any other council members have met with, people from the staff.
Yeah, I met with Jane Stokes.
No names, no names.
I met with
please.
the,
Can I answer the question?
Dave? Can he use mine then?
I met with one of the planning board clerks who complained to me that she was verbally assaulted in town hall to the point where she was petrified. And I think we need to take that. I took it serious and gave the information to council president. But that's something that is dangerous for us. It's not a pleasant thing for a woman to feel physically threatened. And she said she was shaking, she was petrified. So whether I wasn't there, so my only option was to talk to her, to talk to council president and say, how do we proceed with this? Like, how do you handle it? Because it's a verbal, it was a verbal, she was giving me notice that she felt threatened at work. And what were we gonna do about it? Well, it's a process, as Denise said, it's a process. It takes time. You have to interview people, you have to see if witnesses are there, and there were. So that's another reason why I think we need to have this dialogue, is to be able to establish decorum in work and treatment of union hourly workers from a department head. Because Mr. Rogers is the DPW director. It's a big position. And for people inside that department to feel unsafe was concerning to all of us.
And respectfully, that certainly is your duty to respond to those issues. My concern would be, when did that happen? How do we refute any of this? That's the first I've heard of that. That's not in a letter. When did that happen? What was the response? Were other people interviewed? If so, are they witnesses for or against? I mean, usually in these types of situations, I want to be clear. Reading this is, it appears to me that several people have colluded. They have the same information. They talk about things that have already been investigated. There was an issue previously that was investigated involving misbehavior in the vault, where allegedly my client spoke loud and was threatening in behavior. This council or the HR director investigated, and it was absolutely false. It was a falsehood. The person who was there also said that never happened. They pulled videos from the vault, and that didn't happen either. So I think this is an attempt to interfere tortiously with his job and his contract. I know he doesn't have a current contract, but reading it, it rolls over until such time as another contract is in place. And I think he's ripe for the pickings. This has all started right with his contract and these repeated claims that have already been refuted by the HR director. A videotape of the vault showed that it never even happened. So is that person who brought that forward being disciplined for filing false report? I mean, I think there are serious issues in here that are damaging to my client, both in his work life and as well as personally. These are reputational damages. There's some serious allegations in here. And to say that we're just going to talk about it now and have a decision made without an investigation, I would call on the police department to do an internal investigation. Look at our evidence, look at the emails, look at the documents, interview the people that are witnesses, and then we reconvene and we talk about what your findings are. But to have him answer to these allegations with, first of all, where are his accusers? They don't have to come forward, but he has to answer to things that are spurious, that have already been investigated, that have already been dealt with by this council in executive session. It's repeated.
I'm sorry. This has not been dealt with in executive session.
Some of the things in here have already been dealt with by this council. And they're repeat allegations that have
I would
already
agree.
been unfounded. And they come up again in these
But we
letters.
also received letters in which we have to address. And that's what this is. Where do we go from here? You're jumping to conclusions that we're jumping to conclusions. We are not jumping to conclusions. We are meeting here doing what our due diligence is, not violating OMA laws. We're sitting here as a council to determine what do we do next. First step is bringing Mr. Rogers forward. He brought you along. Now we're here to discuss that. Julia, what would you like to say?
To answer your question from 10 minutes ago, there are two routes you can take. One, you can use this to kickstart a deeper investigation. If you have questions for Mr. Rogers that you would like to ask specific to the allegations made as part of an investigation, you can do that now, or you can conduct a full hearing.
Explain what a full hearing is.
Not something you want to do with 2.5 pages of ordinances also on the agenda. That would
No.
be the one thing, the one and only item on the meeting agenda, I think is what you want to do. It would be a show cause hearing.
So it would mean continuing this to another day.
Correct. With witnesses. You would have to subpoena witnesses, and
Versus the deeper investigation, explain that for.
so a deeper investigation would likely precipitate a full show cause hearing, but you'd have more documentation in front of you.
Both would require another meeting.
Yes.
Any other council members want to say anything? Do you have anything to say?
Yes, this is not what I expected tonight.
This is not what I was expecting tonight. The way it was written, I was under the impression a motion was going to be made. And I'm willing to make the motion right now and put an end to all of this.
I'll take it, but. This is not. I will. I'll take advice of counsel.
I think you need to decide what you want to do, whether you want to go the investigation route or the hearing route. Those are, I think, your two best options.
What is to stop me from making that motion?
You have to put it on.
What is to stop me from making that motion?
I cannot stop you from doing anything.
Can the agenda stop me from making that motion?
Nope, but I would advise against it.
I'd really like to know the reason why.
I don't think that's a conversation for open session. That's attorney information covered by attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Take it. What is the pleasure of the council? We've been given, of this council, not that council. We've been given two suggestions, a deeper investigation, both are a full. I can't even read my own writing. Both would require another meeting. Which,
Well, I think, do we agree that it would be reasonable procedure to at least have an airing of what's in front of us, what came in, and the opinions? What do you think?
I would like to suggest that we table this right now and we talk. We have a meeting, we say we're having an executive meeting and we talk this over.
That you can do.
I what?
yes,
You can do something like that.
Well, then I'll make that motion.
Wait.
Okay.
I would suggest if you do ultimately want to have a hearing, you want to have as much information as possible.
That's reasonable.
I will make a motion that we table this,
Continue.
continue this, excuse me, we continue this. And that the council meets in executive session by itself to discuss it before we have another meeting with this.
Be specific, not it, to discuss procedure, process, and next steps.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you going back in the executive session? Huh?
No, I won't do that to these people sitting here in the rain. So,
Finding the address on a point of the position. It's not on the agenda, but it's about $3,000 worth of grants coming to the town. Legislature, so. Kelly says the.
Thank you.
You guys.
thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Possible for me to make a motion that we go into executive session after this meeting's over? That we we adjust the agenda?
No, I wouldn't do that because you want to make a decision and you cannot vote to add something to the agenda and then vote on that item.
Okay.
It is, you can only add something to the agenda for discussion only.
Thank you. Yeah.
I make a motion that at the end of this,
No.
Don't do that yet. Do it at the end of the meeting.
okay,
Because I have a feeling it'll depend on if it's 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Next is public comments and announcement.
Executive. session.
Oh, it was open, sorry. Yes.
Can I-
you're right. Executive
So,
session, I just always think it's.
I'm going to make an announcement and then Mr. Haley will probably
I'm gonna make an announcement.
go along with it. Thanks to many people, he will address that. We were awarded the $1 million from Mr. Reed, Senator Reed's office for the police station.
All right.
yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
So yeah, I talked to Representative Chippendale, and there is a group, as Denise said, the building committee. But it was really the efforts of Representative Chippendale and committee chairman Joe Walsh. Rep Chippendale worked really, really hard with a very difficult body of legislators that are not, I better not say it. Let's just say they're not friendlies at times. Mike worked really hard. Rep Chippendale worked really hard. The planning board worked really hard. The planner worked really hard. Grant McGregor supporting Mike Chippendale, and Mike was able to secure that $1 million grant. It's amazing today with all the struggles. All I heard was from naysayers on how we weren't going to get it. Never get it, never get it. The bridge is done, never going to get it. He got it. We really owe him a debt of gratitude. The planner, the planning board.
And residents, there were.
residents that were
sent
there.
pictures.
Yep,
There were residents that showed up.
that's right.
at
That's
the
right.
hearing, so
And
it was
committee
very-
president Joe Walsh, who Denise sits on the committee with him, he worked behind the scenes as well, tirelessly to coerce people into believing that the fire station is necessary. It's
Police
public
station.
safety.
Police
Police station.
Police
Stop
station.
it. I saw Dave Rathbun and I thought immediately fire.
He's still working.
I am.
Joe
But
Walsh.
yeah, it was just an amazing feat of
Yes.
strength, I'll tell you. We owe him a debt of gratitude, everyone.
And we thank Senator
Yeah.
Reed too for
Yes.
his work. We are going to take public comment. I do have one thing during public comment. I will not accept any comments in regards to anything that happened previously to this public comment. So we will not discuss anything that happened prior to this point of the meeting. That being said, Yes,
Yes.
you were. So come on up, and there are three people that want to say something. Am I going to be able to hear them?
Good job, Mr. Renzi.
Oh, wait, don't keep my phone. Just write your name.
The building committee is working with,
Only 5 minutes. That's all right.
Howard.
Thank you.
Small bites.
Are we ready?
Yes, hello. Sorry about that. You asked me to
Levi.
unmute. Yeah, you asked me to
I
unmute.
don't, I don't have Zoom thing to. Oh, we took it because it was. Yours because it wasn't working.
Can I
So I
speak
will
now?
put it over here. I'm sorry, Levi, we're going to take your question right now,
We can.
or your comment.
Okay, this is for not on the agenda, correct?
I'm sorry. Oh, it's very difficult to understand. 1 second, Levi.
Yeah, no problem.
He can make a comment of anything that has not happened yet.
Okay, great. Okay, I understand now. And how much time do I have?
Where is that coming from?
Under Mr. Fontaine's,
And how much time is public comment?
what, Levi, we are working on this.
No problem.
New technology,
Where is that?
and we haven't
where-
had anybody from
where's
Zoom
that
for.
person? Oh, speaking on.
He's Zoom, yes.
Oh,
Levi on
I
Zoom.
didn't realize that we could. Okay,
The way it's
I
posted
thought it
here.
was supposed to be, but I didn't.
Okay. So Levi, we're gonna try one more time.
Great.
Go for it.
All right. Is it clearer now? Can you hear my voice?
Nope. I'm so sorry, Levi.
No problem. I'm waiting.
Oh, good. Go ahead, Levi.
All right. Is it loud and clear now?
It is.
Great. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. How much time is the public comment?
1 minute.
Go right ahead. Just take your time. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to make the statement that I don't condone any violence against anyone for the color of their skin, their faith, or nationality. I hope that everyone, every group can have the right to live in a world free from violence. Every group has its strengths and its weaknesses, and we should be proud to be unique in our own way. Asians, Hispanics, blacks, and whites all have a culture, while different are equally valid. There's a really great quote here I love. Pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for others' races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I want to talk about the rise in violence against white people. It's not as hidden as it once was, and we're all seeing a spike in terror against people for the simple fact that they are white. I can't stay quiet any longer. Every day I scroll through X and YouTube to see countless videos of whites being stabbed, shot, beaten by hordes of non-whites. I read news articles describing sexual assaults against our women and children. I read about stabbings in subways.
Levi, I'm
Yep.
going to give you one more minute, please.
All right, great. Diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means excluding white people, and equity means stealing from white people. Why do we have diversity, equity, inclusion programs when the Supreme Court has ruled that practices of favoring people over race is illegal discrimination? Why do non-whites get special housing programs? We talk about progress in our diversified society, but is it progress to let two mentally ill men get married, or for a woman to kill her unborn baby? Is it progress for a white woman?
I'm
to be
going
a
to
single
stop
mother
you
for
now,
life
Levi.
with
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input. We're going to move on to the next person on Zoom. Appreciate your calling in. Barry, I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, council. My name is Barry Gold. I would like to put forward a resolution asking for our council to just declare that it is okay to be white.
Thank you, Barry. We
Hey, you
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to add, I don't have,
Prove it.
there's no way to prove that.
You can call in on this.
So, okay, so I will accept comments pertaining,
To the.
again, to town business from residents. Do not, all right, so I will accept comments.
Just give me
Do
one.
not be redundant and address what Levi and Barry have been addressing, or I will shut you down.
I'll give him
So
one.
who's next?
Chad Basewell here. Can you hear me, council?
I can, Chad. You're
Okay,
not gonna
so-
discuss Levi and Barry, right?
Okay, well, is this a kindergarten class? I mean, I don't mean to be rude. I have a question. Don't
Go
shut me
right ahead.
down.
I was a
Listen,
teacher, so
we-
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, listen, first of all, we have the First Amendment and it is to be respected. So if you shut us down, your bonds could be liable. Your municipal bonds could be liable for shutting down
Thank
free
you.
speech. I just wanted to say that.
Thank
So
you.
this is a non-agenda public comment, and I would like to address a concern that I have in the state of Rhode Island, okay, and in our town, but it's state oriented, and that is that the origins of slavery in this country came through Newport, Rhode Island, which is where the first synagogue was established in Newport, Rhode Island, and the slave trade was established in Newport. And every single aspect of the slave trade was Jewish. All the ships were Jewish owned.
So far, I
The
think-
Are you
auction
giving us
houses were
history
Jewish.
lesson?
Thank
Uh,
you. Thank you
I'm
so
about to
much.
get to my point. Please don't shut me down.
Well, we have a big agenda tonight. I have other people that want to speak, so I'm going to give you 1 minute.
Well,
Get it.
okay,
get
well-
it done.
Listen, you told me not to talk about the Facebook post, right? You had your little gossip thing earlier on, and we're not supposed to talk about the Facebook post or the assault that
No,
happened
that's
in your
not,
thing.
I'm sorry, you cannot discuss that. I'm asking you what, thank you. I'm going to not take, I'm going to look at what we have here. So, Mrs. Ryder,
Why do these people
I'm
come?
gonna let Mr. Renzi go first because I know how much you enjoy talking to him. And we would probably say the same thing.
could you come forward, Mr.
Adam stood his name up before me.
Dear God up above.
I mean, I will, but I thought we were talking on the same.
Mrs. Ryder, you are
Somebody-
first.
Somebody?
Thank you.
Please.
Jeez.
I just want to say that I'm very, very, very disappointed and concerned with the fact that town officials, people representing this town, have been trying to undermine what the planning board has done and they've been using Facebook, going after the ordinances that have already been passed and clearly giving misinformation. I have sat at these meetings. I have heard what these people hear. And I know that what is being said is either not either not being completely explained as it happened, or it is just plain designed to get people upset. And these are officials of the town. We are, the planning board is doing a yeoman's job trying to get this town moving forward. And we have town officials taking pot shots at it.
Thank you. Mr. Dacko.
Good evening, council. I had received about a month ago, I wish I had attended these meetings for the zoning regarding license fees. I noticed that for me to renew for my shop, it would cost me, adding everything up, including the dumpster, would be approximately $345. One of these up from 55. Part of that fee is because of a dumpster. An increase of a fee is for a license for a pawn shop and a license for a sale of a secondhand article. I am one of 3 stores in all of Rhode Island that has a pawnbroker license. Essentially, a pawnbroker is a secondhand dealer. Why am I getting whacked for providing the same service twice? That is what I would like to know.
Thank you. And as you know, we can't address public comments.
I get.
Thank you. Mr. Renzi,
I can address a couple of these issues. Anthony Renzi, Central Pike. Some of this will be as a citizen, because it's late on, some of it will be as the planning board chair. I guess I can answer Ms. Rogers,
Ryder.
Miss Ryder, mentioning Miss Rogers on your Facebook pages, taking shots at the planner and Renzi I take offense to that stuff when you're putting out false stuff. Now you have
I'm going to warn you to.
no,
be-
don't warn me. You don't have to warn me.
Well, I don't want to have to shut you down.
You don't have
So,
to shut me down either. The council has time to review and read anything that the planning board brings forward. I know Stoney reads it all. So you had time to ask questions and you had time to listen. And you voted on things, and then you leave here and discuss it with whoever you discuss it, and then the next day, people are calling me, and there's things that are posted on Facebook that we're proposing a trailer park. No, that was what we used.
No, we voted against.
you can't speak.
Yeah, I
know.
can, but we
can,
did.
but-
I voted against it.
I'm sorry. you
Correct, but correct, and there's 7 issues out there, but on the Forster Town Council by your husband, and then you chiming in saying that that was on there, is that we proposed a trailer park like in Gloucester, okay? So that's neither here nor there. I noticed tonight that there's also, it's just putting things on Facebook after the fact is not the way the town should be run. It just stirs up distractions. I understand we run on rumors. The rumor is that you and Stoney don't like me as the planning chair, which is fine. I'm not here to be liked. Okay, and we're doing plenty of things in the benefit of the town. Everything we do is for the benefit of the town. We're an advisory board. You people have the final vote,
We do.
okay? If you don't like what you hear, that's when you guys vote on it. Our planning board is doing a great job. We seem to get along and putting things together in perspective. Now, I noticed on the agenda, we're going over license fees again.
Mhm.
And it's very interesting because I just received one of my licenses in the town of Smithfield. A peddler's license. $100. And a full BCI form that needs to be filled out. And I've been filling out a BCI form for this lemonade cup that I sell for 30 years. This is one of 6 licenses to sell a cup of lemonade. One for holiday, one for after hours, one for Sunday sales, and a regular license. They reach $100, plus this peddler's license, which is $100. Then there's 4 licenses for the state. It cost me almost $1,000 to sell a 7-ounce cup of lemonade. Now that's from Smithfield, who's flush with money. We don't have money, and these license fees are not to raise money. It costs us more to send out a license application and to get the renewal for the women to do this. And we voted on the licenses, and not because one person's pandering, to break it all down is not the way to go. I wonder what the town council would say if I showed up next week in Smithfield and complained about my license fee. This is just the way it is. And then on a Facebook page, Heidi,
Go ahead, Anthony.
okay,
Oh,
that $100 fee
Classroom.
would affect a business owner's bottom line. Somebody that's been in business in town for 70 years. $100 license fee will affect a business owner's bottom line. If that $100 affects a business owner's bottom line, we have a bigger issue than the $100 fee, and not to be disrespectful. Okay, this is what you need to operate in today. It's part of doing business. So, sorry, Adam. No problem. Okay, that's just the way it is. That's what they call part of doing business.
Thank you, Mr. Renzi.
So,
We are done.
Tomorrow.
We're,
What was
we,
that?
don't even. We are now going to go to the public hearing for the budget. Oh,
consent
consent agenda.
Mm.
Yep.
It's just been one of
The
these
old
nights.
Consent agenda.
The old consent agenda. For the consent agenda, though, we do need to. I'll ask council. The approval of December 14th meetings. It says recommendation of December 14th, 2003, 23. It does,
This isn't a consent agenda item. It can't be done under consent agenda.
okay,
So that's gonna.
so we have
be
to
picked.
remove that.
It's gonna, it definitely has to be pulled out of consent agenda. It can't be done, and it's a reconsideration. There has to be multiple motions. It has to be a motion to reconsider those minutes, and then there has to be a motion regarding those minutes.
Okay,
I'll make a
so,
motion to remove the approval of December 14th, 2023 minutes to another agenda.
is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Can we turn on the microphones?
Oh,
I thought it was on. Oh.
The second.
Should I make a motion at this time to reconsider?
No, she made the motion to remove it,
We just need it.
and it was seconded by David. David seconded it. So now I'm asking for discussion. So there's no discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, approval of general warrant FY 2024 number 17 in the amount of $80,900.57 and the kennel license renewals, which you have in your packet.
So moved.
second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we're moving on to the public hearing for the budget.
What do we do about those minutes?
Animals.
All the minutes.
You want to make a motion?
No, she moved to continue them.
To continue to another meeting.
That was the motion.
Okay.
That was the motion.
Okay.
And then how does it have to be, Julia? So
It's reconsideration
And just as a open.
under open session. Yeah, reconsideration of those.
I believe I sent that to you.
It didn't say open session.
It said reconsideration. That's
Right,
where
I
those,
just put it under the.
okay. It can't be recommendation, it has to be reconsideration. Okay, so now we're going to the public hearing.
The agenda, because not not the agenda, the budget.
Yes.
You can have a public hearing, the public.
There you go. That would be lovely. Look at you being the classroom teacher again. Thank you. So do we have, oh, yes, we do. The ad for the public hearing for. I didn't see it in Sugar Sync. I didn't see it in Sugar Sync.
Have a single meeting for the budget?
We have to have a public hearing for it, then we have to adopt it, then we do the financial town meeting.
No, I know, but I mean, public hearing budget shouldn't be like more than this.
That's the financial town meeting, which will be held at Payne School
Correct.
in May.
But they've been invited there.
We've been having budget workshops. Okay, I don't know what your question is then.
Meaning,
So we've been having budget workshops.
right.
We now have, this is a public hearing to discuss what the budget is so far.
It's on the agenda, correct?
No, it was advertised in the Valley Breeze.
Oh,
Okay,
But you don't read.
We didn't put it, Anthony, we didn't put it on Facebook. That's.
oh God, Chris. I'm sorry. Here I am looking for decorum and I'm being a twit. Okay, so do we have the ad? Okay,
I don't have that. What?
oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I'm ready. I will say before we open the public hearing, which I'm hoping I can do that now. we started with a budget that was $228,000 over the cap. We have worked diligently along with Kelly, giving us recommendations, meeting with department heads, calling the Young at Heart. We've been doing a lot to reduce this budget. We have now gotten it to where we are still over 60,000. We have to adopt a budget by April 11th. Tonight is a public hearing for this budget, but this is not the budget that we have adopted yet because we're not to the point where we're not there yet. We still have to get another 60,000. Yes, and will we be having more budget workshops? No, Mrs. Ryder had the budget. We're planning tonight, it's on the agenda to have to discuss when. Yep, to set the dates because we thought we were going to be ready. We did. So we did. We had two that were canceled. So we have to read the ad and then we will open the agenda, the public. Oh, can I go home?
Ready? Town of Foster Public Hearing preliminary budget 24-25. The Foster Town Council will hold a public hearing on the preliminary budget, including the capital budget for year ending 2024-2025 on March 28th, 2024 at 6 p.m. at the Benjamin Eddy Building, 6 South Killenly Road, Foster. I'm trying to go down and listen. It's not letting me. That's it. Susan Dillon, Town Clerk. I didn't.
Okay, so when I turn this on, it goes staticky? Am I good? I'm good, thank you. So I will open the public hearing where you had just received, oh, look how nice and big it is. You have just received the agenda, the budget. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I can tell you, and the council can tell you some of the places we made cuts. As I mentioned before, the Young at Heart, they requested 2,000. We cut them to 1,000. The department heads had requested certain amount of wages increase. We decreased that. They're still getting an increase. They're still one of the lowest paid, if not the lowest paid in the state. But we couldn't increase it to the point where they would like it and we would like it.
All of the yellow, that's why I did that.
Mm. Oh, okay.
Every yellow line indicates something that is different from what was proposed by the department heads. So, and the lighter color lines you'll see going down once we move down are because certain things have to be recalculated because we changed a lot. We met last Saturday for 6 hours. And we made so many changes that I just couldn't make them all in time to present the council with this budget. So the lighter colors are things that have to be reconsidered a lot. If we change salaries, it impacts FICA, Medicare, pension expense, so many other lines. I couldn't necessarily correct them all. So anything that's not, that's still in consideration has like, I think a light
It's a
light
blue.
blue
It's a
or
light blue.
like whatever.
So yellow with changes
Yellow?
that we've made, the light blue, I think that
Are still considered.
it's still
And
considered,
or might have to be adjusted.
have to be adjusted because of the yellow.
I have one question.
We can go back. So we're starting off with number 10, which is the general government, which is basically Mrs. Dillon's department.
Right, just where it says other admin wages, part-time, no benefits, election, whatever. Is that, oops, sorry.
You have to,
Yeah.
you have to go to.
Can you go up there? Thank you.
God.
She might as well pull a chair up.
That's for sure.
No, I just,
Yes.
What is that? Is that the?
for people who have to sit out, no.
Well, partially, it's the poor people are sitting out in the hall because we have 20 days of early voting for the presidential. No, this is the presidential, for the primary, for the state and the general election. And then the other part is, because there's so much going on with the canvassing right now during this election season, because it's a presidential election. We have a part-time, by part-time, I mean like 2 to 4 hours a week, getting people registered to vote and doing all of the things that are extra that have been put upon us from the Secretary of State's office.
It's above and beyond what the Board of Canvassers do, because you'll see in this, there is also Board of Canvassers. This is an additional.
That's what I wasn't
Right,
clear.
That's.
From an
that's addition-
information standpoint, though, it would be nice to note that when people go to register, I mean, to renew their license,
Please check that. you
check
don't-
the box. There's a box that is there for you to indicate whether or not you are registered to vote. So if you don't check it or vice versa, you have to read that box and either check it or don't check it. If you don't, they have to then send notice to each and every household because they send notices to the town hall. So they have to then verify.
So make sure you
Trying
look
to
at that
change
when
that.
you're,
Yeah.
yes, because and then there's influx of notifications and you're already registered, but then the Board of Canvassers have to, by law, look at it, go into the system, make sure, is that
Yes.
correct, Mr. DiPaolo?
And then follow up by sending out a letter. Once the stamp is.
Right,
Yeah.
to say, okay, now you're registered when you were already registered.
Mhm.
So it's the state. Thank you. We won't go there. I won't get on my soapbox.
Denise, can I just say for the sake of time, as we're going through these, that all the salaries, some were requesting more and some Kelly requested less. She's the only one that is not at 3%. She's the only one who did not want to take 3%.
It's there though, because you told me.
We
to.
insisted.
It is. I'm just saying, but when you see all of those salaries that are in yellow and then you see the lines below with payroll taxes and the state contributions and everything, that's because for ones that were requesting more than 3%, we couldn't do it and we brought them to 3%. So all of those numbers had to be changed. I'm just saying that for the
Right.
sake of time,
I thought I did. say
because
that,
it's in
but that's
every
okay.
budget.
I thought I said.
Did
that
you,
already.
say it?
I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Who knows?
Or I was.
So that's where we stand. So if you want to look at the first, if you have a copy there,
If you
if
can
you don't
scroll
have, if
down
you
to
have
the
any
total.
questions. So you can see that blue, the town council
The
contingency.
contingency, if we have to, we could look at that line
Right.
again. It's not subject to any one particular thing.
So that's why that is a light blue. That's what Kelly was talking about.
And the percentages are important too, because as so many people know,
You're on.
I am, as so many people know, there's like a 4% limit. But to clarify, there's a 4% limit that we can increase the tax levy. The tax levy is only about 80% of our total revenue. So our expenditures, unless we have other revenue sources, really can't exceed a certain amount because there's just no way to raise the revenue. So we try to keep the budgeted expenditures by department less than 4% increase. As you all know, anybody we all live, right? Everything has gone up so much that it's really difficult to do that. But in reference to this particular budget, if you look at the 6%, you kind of have to not consider the land trust is part of the increase, but they fund that through revenue through a transfer. So that's kind of a wash. So even though it's in the 6%, that's a wash. The other thing is this budget absorbs the entire property liability expense for the entire town. And that's another big portion of the increase, also couldn't be touched because that is what we're going to pay. At least that's what we paid last year or the year we're in. And the other component of that a big impact is it's an election year, a state and federal election year. So there's not much we can do with that. Done.
And some of it's also contractual.
Right.
So you'll see that too.
But the contractual impacts, I will say, were not over they
No.
were, yes, like in the 3% range. Yeah.
So, The next department is finance.
Anybody ask me anything, I can answer anything. Go right ahead.
If you have any questions for Kelly, can you come up and state your name and address?
Patty, I do want to say that she's requested the 600 for the tax board of review,
Yes,
and that
and
was
we
cut.
just push it. There you go. It's red. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask why, because every year, this is a reval year, so we're anticipating more. We didn't have any last year,
Mhm.
and more assessment requests. And we'd have to meet a lot, and it's the only time we ask for anything. And I was only asking for the entire year, $200 per member. So which is a total of $600 for the year. That's
Yeah.
it. And then next year, we wouldn't ask for anything, it would be taken out. So I wanted to know why.
I'm going to ask if anybody would like to address it, or do you want me to address that? Okay, I'm addressing. We had discussed it at length, because yes, you do a lot, but then we looked at other boards that meet and do extensive work too, and they weren't getting paid. So that was our reasoning.
They didn't get paid last time we asked for this. When I asked for it, when I was working, and we got it. The other
And-
boards weren't getting paid, and the tax board got it only for that year.
And we weren't as tough as we are now. And I know it's only $600, but 600 here, 1,000 there. It adds up, and we need to add up.
Okay, just be aware that during reval year, there's gonna be a lot of extensive and, looking into everything. We have to drive by houses, make sure we see everything. We have to get copies of all the field cards of everybody that applies for an appeal. And we have to really inspect everything.
Thank you, and we appreciate that, what you do. Don't turn it off, just leave it on, because somebody else is gonna come up. Thanks.
So if you scroll down one line, everybody here has a copy of the budget, but for those who are on Zoom, my budget increased, or this particular budget, not to take ownership, increased. What is that? I can't scroll.
2.26.
2.26%. Actually, I could have done this.
Yeah, 2.26, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay,
I wouldn't know where else to cut, to be honest with you, so.
next we have Department 12 Social Services. And again, that's a small department. We did make cuts there. Gateway, comprehensive community action, and Sojourn House. We made cuts with them. Those are highlighted in yellow. So they requested more. We level funded them. Okay, any questions on that? I will say that was a difficult one for us too, because we do know that they provide a lot of services for our residents. But we just, at this time, could not increase what they go to the. Any questions or concerns on that one? Moving on to Department 14 Planning. We had several things there. One of the cuts that I know for me, and I think for a lot of the council members that we made, was that the planner had asked for a part-time secretary for the planning boards and zoning board meeting, so that all the members can participate and not be worried about taking notes, et cetera, during that. We at this time could not afford that. So we've come up with some ideas that we're going to talk to the planning board or the planner about. The other thing that I found, it's yellow, it's changing. The yellow.
It changed because I think it was slightly different. I think it was lower actually, and you went up because you were trying to do two birds with one stone, and that would have been a little bit more, but not much. Well, based on the assumptions too that were made, I think you'd have to pay people the union wages.
Yep.
While they come out, and a minimum of 3 hours. So we changed it for that. And then what you do with that is that's a discussion with the planning board.
Okay,
Okay, so that's why it's in. yellow.
thank you.
See a chairman's salary on here.
I was waiting for it.
Way bottom.
You get to see me sitting in the back row knitting.
Laughing already.
And then the planning, purchase services, that's the one we moved and said that was for the grant writer that you do
Yeah,
agree that we
was what-
need.
Yeah,
We're gonna move that and pay for it from contingency,
Right.
so that we didn't have
so
to add.
a grant, getting a grant writer to do things for us. We had that in this budget and we removed it to take it out of the contingency. Because we do all agree that we need
Shared
somebody,
ser- And it's a shared
it's a
service
shared service, right?
across different departments.
So that's where we went there. Anything else? We changed the requests for the various employees.
Yeah, so they're mostly salary related.
Right,
Yeah.
salary
Except for
related,
that grant writer.
right. Any questions on that? And that department did go at 3.16. Libraries, they took a hit. Sorry, but thank you. They also, they requested more and we did remove. I can't compare it to what we,
I think they asked for slightly over 9,000 and now they're down to the 6.
See, I can't read it.
so, because I'm trying to look at what we did,
That's
what they requested and what we went through, but we did reduce theirs. So they asked for an increase of 9,000.
Yes, and now.
And
we
we
reduced it.
gave an increase of 6,000, decreasing their request by 3.
Mostly because they have the increase in the minimum wage that's
Right.
going to go, it went into effect in January, it's gonna go into effect this January, and as our fiscal year crosses over that period of time, I think it was to cover for that.
Any questions on that? Moving on to the Public Works Department. There were changes here. You can see them.
The
We're
changes.
still, that's still a work in progress.
Yes.
They're up 3.4%. We did make significant cuts in that.
It was rock removal, rock and tree
Rock
removal,
and
went
tree
from
removal.
20 to, went from 30 to 20. And he had asked for rental equipment for, I believe it was a mower head or something
The
for.
backhoe
Right,
attachment,
that,
right?
because he had asked for that in capital and, he took that out and said that we'd have to just make
Okay.
accommodations if something happened.
Fingers crossed.
What about snow? That hasn't been used. I did use 3,800 of it, we budgeted 36,000. The year before you used 60.
Dave, you gotta come up.
You can't,
Dave,
he
can you
can't do
come
what
up
he's
and-
doing, yeah.
Nah,
Okay.
anyway.
Is that even accurate?
Well,
We have to-
it's good to know that this is not a balanced budget, so there will be more changes. I mean, it's inevitable, and the 3 departments that have the largest increases are other public safety, which is our
Yeah.
fire rescue, whatever, public safety, and public works. So we do have to make adjustments
Right. And those
going
are,
forward.
those are the ones that we're looking at. But you're right, Dave. What they've what was budgeted and what was actually used, if you look across the board. Right,
We can go
but you're
back,
also dealing with Mother Nature and
right?
so.
We can go back in time where
Right.
that money, that amount was not
Was-
enough.
Exceeded, yeah.
The thing is, with I don't know if people believe in the climate change or not, but regardless, the weather patterns have changed. And we are getting less snow. So that is something that, the fact is, we have to cut
But we're getting
somewhere.
more rain.
So
We are getting more rain,
Yeah.
so, and we have
Okay.
equal issues with that. But the thing is, we have to cut again, so
Yep.
it's a
that's a
consideration.
place. to-
We are going to be we're looking at the big hit
Yes.
ones.
Yeah.
Which is the DPW, police, I know, and other public safety. Mrs. Ryder, you know the routine.
Oh, she has to get up and he didn't.
Don't push it.
I'm just curious about, now I lost it. It was about the uniforms that seemed to have doubled,
It did double.
that it honestly did double.
It's legitimate. So I said, you can continue to budget for something that you're overspending, or we can change it, but we changed it to what we're spending. I just approved today, even though the warrant was signed 2 days ago, but I went through all the invoices today, and it's about $200 a week. I'm sorry, a week.
What does that entail?
Their uniforms are supplied by a uniform company, all seven guys. And, so they have two sets of uniforms. One set is with them being cleaned while they are wearing the other set, and then they switch off every week.
Sounds like a cottage industry waiting to be happened.
That's right.
They usually have a couple of jackets, they usually have.
Yeah.
It includes the rags.
And
that they
every-
wipe, so with it all.
And-
Every one of them, you gotta
Yeah.
pay for the rental, plus you're trained to clean.
Right, it just surprised me that it doubled.
You want to do some
So
laundry?
to be clear, though, it's,
You got a
it's,
spare washing machine?
to be clear, that is a bargain. That's a bargaining unit agreement. It's in their CBA.
Yeah. My taxes if we take that. off.
And it's in their CBA, and we are actually getting competitive prices, because with the pricing going up the way they did, we're looking into getting competitive prices, so we're hoping to get that down.
Okay, but good question. Any other questions on DPW?
The other thing is, before, some of the people weren't using them. Now they're all using the uniforms. So that also increased part of it.
Next is Parks and Recreation.
I'm sorry, can we see the rest? Not,
Oh.
there weren't enough copies.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, perfect.
Here you go.
DPW budget, I don't see the asphalting the roads and stuff on that.
It is.
It's there.
It's in there.
It's-
Second page.
Yep, see asphalt mix. It's the second line. Then there's gravel, stone,
Yeah.
other road materials.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's not, that was brought in front of the planning board for $200,000.
Was that capital? And so that's not within this budget?
Yeah, I don't know. That's paving. That's paving, and it
That's
was
paving.
300, and it's 350.
And that's in
Actually
capital.
400, yeah.
Okay. Parks and Recreation.
Tell Tammy about that. Did you talk to Tammy about that?
I did.
Okay.
Was she okay? Was Tammy here?
She's
Oh, hi,
okay.
Sherry, you're good?
She's okay. Tam, as you know, Tammy is, or maybe you don't know, Tammy is the chair of the of Parks and Recreation. And she has done yeoman's work. She was texting me today with things. I'm like, oh, good for you. She's gone above and beyond doing
Yes.
things, getting bright nights to the point where everybody loves that. Getting the trunk and treat, or treat and trunk. go-
Trunk or treat.
Trunk or treat. I mean, there's just the field now, because we
And
have the rec
Easter.
field, the Easter,
Yeah.
because now the rec field is up and going. She's in charge now of scheduling that. She has a lot now going on on her plate in regards to that. She does do a great job.
And-
We appreciate it.
And she's a hockey fan.
But we did have to cut the request for
Right.
her salary increase by $2,000, and I hated to do it because I think you're worth every dime, Tammy. I really do. It's amazing how far recreation has come. It's just that, this budget sucks.
So
But we appreciate everything you're
Right.
doing.
we do. I mean, today she was talking about the scoreboard at the
Mm.
rec field, and that we have to have it also for football and soccer and lacrosse. And she found somebody who's doing it with Situate, so she's been really good.
Awesome.
So the other cut that we made is, and here's where we're making cuts, is that at Woody Loudon, we have a telephone. And it was gonna cost us, what, $950
Yeah.
for that, to have a phone at Woody Loudon, when you have cell phones, but we have to have something there. So we're looking to have it be 911 only. So that when if someone needs to call, they have they can use the house phone, the landline, and do 911.
But we asked the guys that are putting up the tower on our van stuff to supply a phone and take care of it, and pay for it as a gesture for us letting get the tower up. I'm serious.
If they would do it, that'd be
That's-
awesome.
Okay.
Why not? It's nothing
We
much.
have
Not
this-
even more than-
The key. like-
Oh, Mr.
I
Renzi, you
noticed the
have to
guys
go.
don't do it, only the women do.
Women all have to.
Yeah. Mr. Renzi, you have to come forward and tell us that. Because
Or at
we're
least
letting, we're
move
making
there.
the women and we're not making the men.
Or move over there at least so people can see you.
I think we just
Sit,
pass it around.
sit next to Mrs.
No, because we have, the people online have to see them. People online.
Have to see.
Yeah,
them.
so if you
They
go
wanna
over
see.
there at least.
Mr. Renzi, go ahead. Give your suggestion. It sounded lovely.
Maybe we could ask the REMA, who's I guess they're gonna be putting up a tower
A
for
communications tower, yeah.
communications tower. Maybe they can supply us with either the phone that we need there or some other sort of radio or whatever for safety at the Woody Loudon. They probably can hook it up and run the wire and do whatever they gotta do.
There is a phone there already.
Maybe they can take care of it for us for a good gesture if we asked. Tell them we'll
I
trim it.
made a note.
We'll trim one tree for them if they put a phone in.
I made a note. Thank you.
Good suggestion.
And I mentioned, and I had already mentioned about the Young at Heart that they requested 2,000, we reduced it by 1,000.
But we made sure. Oh, that.
hmm?
We did.
We made sure, you made
Yes.
sure it would not hurt their
That,
bottom
right,
line.
I
They can
did
still do
call
their
and make, yes,
programs.
they can still do their programs. They will make do, according to Mrs. Knox. Moving on, did you have any questions about that department? Okay, moving on to the next is Department 30 and 32, Police
Oh,
and
that should be-
Dispatch. What?
Sorry.
Okay,
The chief's salary should be in yellow. as
in
well,
yellow. The
instead
chief's
of blue.
salary should be yellow, not blue.
It's not under further consideration. Just so she knows. It's not under further consideration. It should have been yellow.
We already decided, and so it's not blue to go back and talk about. We talked, it's yellow. Okay. So there's that, and that department is up 6.55%, and as
And all the
Lisa-
other stuff is contractual.
right, a lot of it's contractual, but we are still looking at that budget. The, under that is 30, that's the animal control.
Which we have no.
We have
control
no
over.
control over because we contract with Situate
Mhm.
and they make the determination. So, and that went up. It's, I mean,
I
that's
think
up,
this is the
it's,
second or third year of this contract,
right.
right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, we're probably going into the third year.
I want to say
Yeah,
that
it's
this might be the
about right.
third year.
Remember?
Yes,
that was
yeah,
cultures.
that was, yeah. That, we got a lot of flack on that one. So moving on to other public safety, we did make cuts here. This is, as you can see, the EMA director, assistant EMA director, and one of the things that we are looking at and that I see Mr. Rathbun moving forward. He's moving forward. We,
Doing the right thing.
Mr. Rathbun had presented a firefighters incentive. As you all know, or hopefully you know, our firefighters, our fire departments are all volunteers. They do not get paid a thing. I know when, one of the things that was brought to my attention is that some people that move into town, and when you move into town, you have to have a smoke detector and a carbon monoxide. And one of the firefighters have to go in and make sure that it's set up correctly. And they have said, you know, if you'd like to make a donation, and many new people to town say, why, you get paid? They do not get paid. And I think people need to know that. They're the ones that are coming out at 2 o'clock in the morning. They're the ones that at Christmas Eve, I know Christmas Eve this year, my scanner went off and I'm thinking I'm sitting here with my family having a lovely meal. And I'm sure that there were many that night too, that were disrupted and had to leave. There are many that are late to work, their paying job because they're here for us. So it was tough making those cuts, but we do want to institute the incentive program. We're just not sure whether it's going to be to the extent that Mr. Rathbun brought forward or what we can afford at this time.
And
But
the
those are the,
ambulance corps over the years always receives stipends.
yes,
And I get it, I was on it, we transport, so we may spend a little bit more time. But the fire companies go to just about every
everything.
call,
Mhm.
and they have never received anything,
Right.
not a stipend, nothing. They get uniforms, they get their gear, but they've never received any kind of stipend or incentive, and we're lucky to have them because if we're paying for our rescue services. We would be dead without the firefighters. Seriously, we couldn't fund them. There's no way we could fund them.
So
this incentive is it's small and it's very worthwhile.
Denise, can I explain something about this budget as well? So it does look as though the increase is 22.25%, and that is not necessarily an increase in the expenditures. So what happened is last year when we went fully paid with the EMS and
which is the ambulance.
which is the ambulance, we kind of took over the cash and the custodial function of their bill pay and everything else, but it's under the South Foster umbrella. The thing is, we could not go from, if you look at it, we were funding 228,000 to 440, and that is what the budget increased to, assuming a pretty decent rate of return for billings. Okay, so what we did was we split, not split it in half. We absorbed a good portion of it last year. The 87 what you see as a credit is really a revenue offset. So that money was transferred in from the ARPA funds, the federal dollars used to help us fund this fully over a 2-year period instead of a 1-year period. You've heard me say many times who've listened to me speak about the budget, I'm not very for the kicking the can down the road because inevitably you have to pay it. But we could not provide that service last year in the 1 year that we were able. So in order to provide the service, we did kick that can. So part of that $2,200 increase isn't because we're increasing expenditures. It's because we're not offsetting that expenditure with other revenue this year. We're absorbing it in its entirety with the tax dollars because, again, you have to do that eventually. So if I were to make everything even and put that in there, I don't have it in Excel, so I can't calculate it right now. It's in PDF form, but that goes down exponentially, maybe to like 8%. And then, or maybe 8 or 9%. And then so that's the increase. And then the difference really is the difference between the training fund and the incentive program. So really, everything being equal, it's definitely not 22%. It's closer to like 8 or I don't have the number right in front of me, so I can't remember. But I have to take that into consideration.
I think Mr. Rathbun is. Yes, you may. Name and address.
Rathbun, Hartford Pike.
You're on.
First, I'd like to thank you for even considering the firefighter incentive. I'd like to thank you for keeping a good amount of the money in there. I hope you can keep what you have written down. I'd love to see it double next year because that would mean we have so many people respond and we don't know how to use them all. Let's hope it. Where I'm taking an issue is with the South Foster Fire Company. You've peeled $8,000 out of the budget that we submitted from 114. You brought it down to 106. These are operating costs. These are fixed costs that we have. They're not random numbers that we drew up. And what this shows me is that we're going to have a shortfall and we're going to have to fundraise to meet our operating budget.
Is there any other department in town that uses to meet their operating budget?
They do.
Who?
Valley does a lot, and trust they all.
Fire departments,
They
right?
are-
Other departments,
yes, they
DPW
are.
doesn't, police don't, schools don't, libraries don't, town clerk don't. You get my point,
Libraries too.
right?
Library does.
How about safety? Why do we have to fundraise our operating costs?
Have you seen the budget?
That doesn't answer the question.
It doesn't answer the question, but
Why,
everybody's
you want
taking a hit.
volunteers
I
to
know.
fundraise? their operating costs? But you can't expect them to do that. I get the incentive. The incentives are not very generous. I'm taking anything we get. I'm thrilled we
Well,
can
we're
give them.
starting,
anything.
that's right.
I'm thrilled we can give them anything. I'm just understanding. Ask them to take their time. So we can pay our insurance bills, so we can pay our utility bills. I know everybody's in a crunch. I know everybody's got a budget shortfall, but they're taking our budget.
Did it go
Wrong.
up 8,000, your expenses? The expenses, I was going to go up 8,000?
More. We've got an insurance for the rescue. You have to pay that too, don't forget. That comes out of the insurance for the fire trucks. We increased that so that if something ever happens to one, we get replacement. He doesn't buy a fire truck. We've had this discussion already.
Right.
So to peel money out of our budget and expect our volunteers, you guys are just chasing them the wrong way on this one. You have to find a way to restore that. I just.
David. Maintenance.
Can you come join him?
No, he heard me.
Okay.
The gentleman in the rear suggested that our maintenance costs have increased, our fuel costs have increased, just like the whole rest of the world, all our costs have increased exponentially. And we'd like to see if you can restore that money back to our budget, post haste. And I'd also like to note, you spelled American Recovery wrong.
I'll take care of that.
Get on that, Kelly.
Oh, I actually did. Yeah. I can't fix it here, but yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Ryder.
Well, before I get up, can I ask something? Go back a page.
Of course, Mrs. Ryder.
Okay,
What
Lynn
page are
Ryder
you on, the
Burgess
first
Road.
page or the second page?
Hmm?
Page 11 or page 12?
No, what is that? Page 11.
Okay.
You said the expenses were contractual. How are you cutting officers' salaries, medical insurance, dental insurance, payroll taxes? If this is, are we going to go down a number of policemen? How did that get lowered?
Where is it?
The yellow.
Well, it's yellow.
It's yellow, so.
So you're talking about the, okay.
Officer
So that's
salary.
based on, it's not the salary she's saying, that didn't go down, it's the insurances. So
Well, your officer salary is yellow.
Is yellow too.
that didn't go down. Why are you saying that that went down?
Because we're looking at
it's in
this, it's in yellow.
And the
No,
request went
okay,
down.
the request went down,
Right.
right? That's based on, it's based on many things. It's based on who's in each position, at what level, how many years they've been here, whether or not they have longevity. So we've had people who've left who have longevity, which would cover increases in salary. We have people, so there's
Kind
different
of like
levels.
retirement.
There's different levels. So it's just like if a teacher were to retire and they were at top step versus somebody who comes in and who's at low
Right,
step.
right.
So that's why it did go up, but the request went down.
Okay.
Okay, so the health, medical and dental, it's based on who's in the role right now. And we just have more people who are waiving benefits
they're covered
because
for
they're coming from other departments or other areas that they already have the healthcare. So when you waive benefits versus take your benefits, it's like a $20,000 swing. So that's based on who's there now, and the unknown is budgeted at a family plan.
Is it a family plan? Because you don't have a full contingent
Correct.
of officers. at
When I
home.
did this, it was based on one open shift or two open shifts. One of them has been filled. So I know that role. And I know what the person takes. So not to get into people's individual healthcare, but yes, it's based on what people take. I mean, we have to cut. So we
Well, I
have to
know.
be conservative. We have to be aggressive in the way we're budgeting, and they have other line items. If I were to do the same thing in a department such as the planners, where there's him, right? You run a risk, and there's not any other line items. There's 3 line items. There's other ways to, so much of this budget is a calculation and not based on actual, because it's projections, like, okay, how many people are going to be sick, because all of their time is backfilled. So if somebody's out sick, if somebody's going to take their vacation, so you have to plan all of that. You have to plan for who's going to be hired, who might have gone through the academy, who might have done whatever. There are ways to make something like that up, but it's budgeted at actual numbers. And then the person that's still the unknown is a family plan. That's why. And our healthcare is not going up this year.
That's a good thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Mrs. Ryder?
So another thing about the other public safety, when you go back down again, is I have spoken to the EMS because I did
Next
actually,
page.
I
There
did,
you go.
it's 33. I did actually help them with their budget. So I'm going through their budget again with them. Because again, it's a larger budget. There's other ways, there's other line items. So we're going to see there's information that we might have now that we didn't have a month and a half ago when we originally did it. So that's a meeting with Jim, and then we'll go over it and then get Gordy's approval if there's anything at all. But it's just like every other department. The largest portion of this is that budget.
Yep.
So it bears a second or third look, just like we're asking for police and DPW.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? Down at the bottom of that is the long-term debt and obligations.
Okay, I'd like to explain that as well
Go
too.
right ahead.
So we had a bond issue this year, and anybody again who's attended more than just, a few meetings has heard me say that when we had got the bond, that we would use we would not increase taxes for it. We would use the money that's being paid for, once Providence Water is in its last, we make their last payment, which is coming up. This is their budgeted for the last payment that we would use. ARPA fund, we did this when we got the federal money. We put some of that against public safety, which gave them a surplus. We put that money aside in fund balance, we restricted it for this purpose, to pay this debt. So where you see this large increase of 16.69, when we get down to the revenue, I'll explain that we are using that reserve fund balance to offset that. So that's not a real increase of taxpayer dollars. All right, it's a budgetary tool. And that is the actual first payment of our debt. Okay.
Questions regarding that? And you need to come up. We are. Mhm.
Well, we're discussing it. It's public safety. It's a public hearing on
It's
the
a
whole
public hearing,
budget.
it's on the whole budget. So yes, capital is part of the budget.
Well, this stuff, like.
Yeah, well, it's on.
Basketball on TV.
Okay.
Okay, because I got a suggestion for it, maybe I'll make the rest of the other night easy.
Very nice.
I don't know what I just did to this.
Okay. Anthony Renzi, all that stuff. Looking over on the other side where it says capital, I'm looking at the,
Are you on page 14?
yes,
Thank you. Thank you.
yes.
Go ahead.
Capital where it says, highway, 400,000. New roads that they're gonna put in for that.
Not necessarily new roads, but reclaiming roads. So what do you do that? What do you call that when
Okay,
you
whatever.
paving?
Okay. Yeah,
Resurface.
we don't,
That's how we meet the match from the state too.
So that's why the 400, because we have so many state dollars, which is really federal. I believe it's
I
federal. trickle down.
understand.
Mhm.
Okay, that program's been around a long time. It's
No.
not, we just never participated.
No. No,
Go ahead.
it is a new program.
Patience.
Okay,
We had tips. This is something else.
I wasn't talking about the TIP program. I understand this program. My point is, okay, there are more important things here. We're all know about our dirt roads. Okay, let's take 1-year-old asphalt roads that were all brand new asphalt, 1 and 2 year old. And then someone come up with an idea and put chips on it, which walks off like we did over here and gets plowed up and it doesn't really do much. So, and if you ask DOT, they'll tell you that. There's a different way of doing it, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, not my job, it's what I do. Instead of using all of that money for asphalt or resurfacing an asphalt or whatever, let's back off a little bit on a road. I think people can put up with another bump. We've been driving on bumps forever here in town. The stuff that's needed, that's a whole lot more important. The fire and so forth. I think we can, just for a year or whatever, back it up. And any equipment or whatever in that department, back it up. If it was me, I would have flatlined everything here and just, and what I would,
Go ahead.
and what I would have did is just paid everything that's contractual.
You got the question that I asked, and Anthony, this is a capital budget. We
It's a
can't take
different-
money out of this. to
Right.
Put it in an operating budget. This
Yeah.
is a totally different thing.
We can't do that.
We can't take.
They're
that
two
money.
different things.
This entire budget right here is funded by revenue and the revenue, so it doesn't impact your tax dollars. And it's not even part of the 3% or 2, we do 2%, but not even part of the 2% operating
Okay.
budget where we go to budget for the 2% for capital. It's not even
It's
part of
two different, it's like two different accounts.
two
bank
different pools
accounts.
of money.
Great idea, though.
Why can't I take it from one bucket and put it in another
You
bucket?
could take it from one capital asset and give it to another capital asset, but you can't take it from a capital asset and put it towards a police officer. No, whatever. You know what I mean?
Really?
No.
No.
No wonder why the numbers don't ever come out right.
Well,
Computer, they fall.
no, that's just the charter.
Right.
That's just normal.
That's the way.
Our capital money is funded by capital dollars from the.
Okay. Which doesn't make sense to me, but I'll figure out this political stuff.
If we ran the world, Anthony, it would be very different. You're right.
It's charter stuff. That's required.
If we could take a magic wand and do what we wanted, it would be very different.
We could have been
But-
done with it already.
Yep.
But
I
unfortunately,
could never understand that, I still don't, and 100 people have tried to explain it to me. I guess it's old school business, one checkbook and you're paying everything out. of the
Right.
checkbook.
but that's not
It's like
municipalities.
Two different buckets, two different account
I
numbers.
gotta-
Municipalities is totally different than, I mean, a finance director in a municipality is very different than a finance director in a business. The two don't meet. So
I like the idea.
I like that idea too. Thank you, ladies. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So in the capital budget,
And back to the capital budget.
we haven't really discussed much as far as changing things. Only a few things we've changed, but we were going to talk about the town-wide, that 150,000 that's budgeted for town hall improvements to try to get, it's safe to put some of our paperwork back in there, for suppression systems, and we have some work to do in the town hall to meet codes and standards,
Mhm.
basically. I don't know if we're gonna stay with 150,000 budgeted. I think we discussed the other day that we probably won't. We just don't know
Right.
where it's going. Okay.
Right.
The capital for the police, that is that's their vehicles and their, any kind of like communications type of thing that's not through a lease. Right now that we budget, they have a, plan. The capital for the highway, the 400, normally we have now the road plan. We budget what is in the road plan, increase it to 400,000 because we're leaving state dollars on the table because the program ends this year. Everything has to be obligated by June, really, with this financial process. And whatever you have obligated, the state's gonna give us a third. So if we spend 400, we're gonna be able to spend 600.
I have a question.
Yes.
If Mr. Rathburn came with us with something that he used capital on that happened to be $8,000.
What,
Could we use?
why would they come to us? They already have money in their reserves for capital already. So they'd still come to you to say, hey, can we use that reserve for the capital outlay that we just spent? And if they all agree, that's your policy, all three, if they all agree.
The
and they come
engineering
to
board.
you, Yes, and they come to you and ask for that repair, if it is truly capital in nature, which generally is $10,000 or more, then yes, they could.
Did I give you an idea, Dave?
Well, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike,
Dave, can you come up here?
you should just sit there till the end of the budget.
I like your idea, Stoney.
She even left her.
Have their own funding. That one?
It's on.
Just check.
You're on.
And the capital, we're really trying not to nickel and dime that for much anymore because we really are in need of some new equipment. As much as we'd love to peel $10,000 out of there to help fund our operations, it's kind of a stretch
Yeah,
for us to be able to do
A
that.
new truck is ridiculous.
750 plus.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do.
Just for the basic.
It
Yeah.
can't fund your operations, it would have to fund capital that
Right.
you're funding through.
So
our-
Dave, now you know how we feel.
So, I mean,
Oh, that was a back door.
Really,
Okay.
Stoney?
Chris, that was a back door.
Wow, I'm gonna crumble over it.
All right.
so Public Works equipment was for a Bobcat, skid steer, 45,000, and a hydro dig for 60, which was not recommended by the planning board, but it's either that or I think that's part of the rental that he's saying that he could use, and then that's what it's for. First payment of that. The 150,000 for the engineering board is just something we've agreed to, and then we're trying to increase it. In fact, forward the planning board a request on their behalf of 175. But with the capital budget, as you can see at the bottom being 1.7,
Yeah.
that's just not possible, obviously. But we do need to increase that. I still don't have a list of equipment that they want to start working through this program. Thank you. And and then maybe we can try to actually do some kind of comprehensive plan going forward,
We
but
used to have a 25.
we do have to increase
It was a
it.
20
We
year
just don't have the equipment right now that we're considering or whatever. But the 150,
Yeah.
okay, to at least honor the plan that we have. The Payne School, the 249,000 is the housing aid that they have on hand for the projects that they've been funding. So they had some good years for quite a few years in a row that they had a surplus. They have a fund balance policy, as do we. And anything over a certain amount goes into their capital budget. They just replaced a huge pavilion and they put in a pavilion and a huge playground. They also are doing some health and safety projects, which do like security cameras. They're working on a well, there's something with a furnace or, they have a bunch of projects, so they're get housing aid reimbursement from the state, it comes to us, it's earmarked specifically for the school. So we're basically giving them what is theirs by right to fund their projects.
We're just kind of like the funneling.
We are, yes, correct. The police station improvements, the $600,000 that was recommended by the planning board. I think they had actually recommended the 750. We moved the 150 from we moved the 150 from what you had recommended for the police station and had to put it back into the engineering board because long-term, you're really hurting them. But that 150 at this point, I don't know if it would have made a substantial difference with where we are at the police station. I know you can keep giving me that look. And then the 19,133 is because we have a at the police station. So that's what that is. So this is still under consideration because I would like to
Why does it say equipment lease purchase DPW?
because I can change that. Okay, it was last year. Theirs is
Okay.
paid off. This is their first year of
Okay,
their new
so
lease.
it's the police. Okay,
Yes,
thank
so if
you.
you look at the 62, that's what the 62 was,
Okay,
for the year before. Okay, so I still do think that's a heavy lift from the capital fund. Oh, look at Dave.
You'll do anything for an extra 8,000.
Thank God we don't have that incentive fund right now.
thank you.
Wow.
I'm not even eligible.
Thank you.
Night, thank you.
Have a happy Easter.
So,
Well, are you done? Because I have people with their hands raised.
I'm done with that. I was
Okay.
moving on.
Mrs. Ryder and then someone else, Mr. Fontaine had his hand up? No? Now you turned it off. We're leaving it on, Mrs. Ryder. It's not on yet.
Hold it.
Hold it.
There you go.
There you go.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm just curious, why is there no capital expenses for buildings and grounds?
Why buildings and grounds?
Hmm?
Why?
She wants to know why they're.
No, but for what? What specifically? We have a lot of buildings and grounds.
Right, and that's why I'm surprised there's no capital necessary.
For
For
which one?
example, you're gonna have new lights put on. I don't know if they're still
Where?
for old home days, the lights out in the field.
That was a different,
That was through the opera funds.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's still through the opera.
and I don't
funds?
think that it was gonna actually do the lighting. I think it was to do a lighting study or possibly improve the electrical. To do the possibly improve the electrical service out there, but I don't think it was lighting per se. We had budgeted a certain amount, a larger amount. They used they used a good portion for the bleachers. That's what's still left. But I mean, we're most likely either gonna have to do that project or reallocate it to a different project soon because the ARPA funds are gonna.
Run, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, nothing for the rec field? I mean.
If
that-
you look, there is a line that says, wait a minute, it says capital buildings recreation fields.
Yes. and it
Yeah, but
says
it's zero
Oh,
now.
there.
It was there for last year.
It was-
I know, but
Why?
realistically, looking at that
Okay.
softball or little league field, that has to be, it's all rocks. It has to be redone.
How would that be, capital? though?
Capital though.
Because
That's-
hopefully
Because you're
it'll
gonna
last
put
longer-
loom?
The loam would last longer than.
I'm
10 years.
honestly thinking that it's, well, it didn't the first or second time because we've done it twice. I didn't create this or like it really came from I just guided people, but it's not my budget, but we still are faced with that. It's $1.7 million and we only put $500,000 into our capital fund a year. So that's still pretty, that's a heavy lift in 1 year.
Isn't there's funds in DPW for seating and.
There is for seating and hydrant, like there are operational funds to maintain that field in DPW.
You know, I.
Not how much the loan is to use.
The town has to buy a thread, and I know you certainly do what needs to be done with capital. There are probably some projects that have come up. You know, again, the drainage that all drains into the preservation office. I can't believe that in this day and age, this day and age, that can't be solved either by putting in new French drains or something. We face 2 inches of water in the basement where we are. And we're constantly having these torrential rainstorms. It just seems like something could be done.
Didn't we do something?
I was just gonna say that. I thought he addressed something, but
Dollars or something so we would be eligible for different grants. That was last year's budget, right?
Yeah, but
that
that's
was-
not buildings and, you know.
that was 15,000 for grants.
I just remember
Honestly,
something to increase.
that's entirely up to.
I
to
mean,
you
I
how you
can't
spend
see,
that.
does preservation have to go for a grant to put drains around so we don't flood? I mean, I don't
This
know.
isn't-
It seems like it's buildings and grounds.
Go with
Okay, I'm
my-
not looking at you anymore.
Don't look at me.
I mean, it just seems like it's buildings and grounds.
Okay,
Okay,
so
it's my thing.
I made a note. Thank you. You want your clipboard back?
Is
Or
there
you're just gonna
anything
leave your
else?
clipboard up there?
Oh, no, I did my clipboard.
It's been there.
It's got my name in it. so-
Anthony, you.
Okay.
Yeah, but you-
Any other questions on capital? Turning the page, page 15. Miscellaneous transfers. Go ahead, Kelly.
We didn't change anything. The OPEB fund is basically our post-retirement, healthcare, post-retirement, benefit program. And we contribute actuarial amounts each and every year to fund at least what we take out of it, the benefits we pay. And then the townhouses, because years ago, we used to put money into the townhouse. We stopped for a few years. It's going back in because the townhouse has its own fund for certain things that come up, and that's, that's what that's for. We just put money in there for matches, like, for certain, that Champion grant. The problem is prevailing wages. That's a different thing, but that's what that money's for. It goes into a separate fund for townhouse repairs. The 2%, we done? The 2% transfer, this again comes into play.
Right.
You can see above, you're spending $1,700,000. Now let's take out the 600,000 that we talked about, because not all of it, because that's more than what we had more than what we had left of the 800,000 that we appropriated from the ARPA funds that went into fund balance. That's more than that. But a good 400 of that is money that we reserve from the ARPA funds. And then, as you can tell, our capital needs are just greater than what we put in. We're only required by charter to put in 2%. We've been putting in significantly more for years, and I'm trying to get that up there. That's why the 5.6561%. The higher the 2% goes, the less it seems like we've been putting towards getting that, our percentage of funding for that has gone down. But 565,000 is what goes into the capital fund to pay for the capital. If you pay 1.7 million, take out the school portion, take out the other. But if you pay, say, net of $1 million a year in projects, even 800,000, and you're only putting in 5,
Yeah.
eventually you're gonna go behind the 8 ball with that, and that's what the problem is.
And that would be a charter review.
That would be a charter
Charter
change. And this budget, we've budgeted the 2%, which that number is going to change. I just haven't changed it since the start, because the 2% goes down as our expenditures go down. But that, to be honest with you, the bottom line will most likely, unless you tell me otherwise, stay the same. Because if we lower what we have for 2%, it would just increase what we have for the additional, right? Because you really should be funding 4% minimum.
And in the past, we have been funding more than the 2%.
We've always funded more than the 2%. This number just changes slightly, so the majority of that 30,000 was in fact to fund the 2%. Yeah.
Any questions on that? I'm
Okay.
sorry, what?
Moving on.
Moving on. So now we're on Payne School. We'll go on to Payne School. So they've come before us with changes. Some of, as you can see, it's significant increase. And they're at their 4%.
They haven't done that.
No.
They've been at 4%.
They've been at
for
4%
years.
for a couple of years.
Yeah,
It's
this is
been
probably at least
years before they weren't.
Yeah, we're making.
Right, so now we're getting that. We knew it was gonna happen. They've had a couple of students moving. Yep. that
It
was
wasn't
kicking-
really kicking the can. At the time, they didn't need it and they had large surpluses. Why would they go
were
up 4%?
assisting, right. They were helping, they were using what they had. But they've had students move in that require significant assistance.
Yeah.
So it's a large hit there.
It's just like any other department. When they don't need it, you don't fund it. When you need it.
Not to that
They
extent.
had, when they didn't have any increases, they had large surpluses in those years. So it would have been irresponsible to
Right.
tax for their surplus. So you didn't do anything odd in that, but now they do need it. It's just like if their entire staff who was at top step retires and then they are
Right.
replaced with first step teachers, which are significantly less.
And they did have
They have
a lot of retirement.
They
Now
did.
they've got young teachers.
That's
So
right,
it's gonna
that are
be-
going up steps.
Who can never
Who can never
retire, right?
retire,
That
right.
will never be able to retire. Poor
So we
things.
benefited in the years that and now you have to fund it. And they still probably could have managed without the 4%, but they've had changes in their student population above and beyond just salaries and whatever. So
Moving on to the region, that vote has already been taken.
for the
That
17 of you who showed up.
For the 17 of us. Did we ever get a number of students?
No.
I got a
there
number
was no
of
answer to
students, but not a definite number, and I'm not entirely sure where that stands. So, but we'll talk about that a different
Well, we
time.
were on the good side of it.
We're on the positive side of the swing, but if you look at this, we are budgeting. I don't know what that calculates out to be, but it's less than the operating budgets, this is how it works. If their operating budget goes up 2.7%. You would think that your appropriation would go up 2.7%, but the fact is, if our student population changes at a greater rate than Gloucester's changes, if ours goes up, we pay more. If ours goes down, we pay less. We're on the positive swing of the student population shift, which is why we didn't have to pay as much. So if you look at the operational expenses, even though their operations are going up 2.7%, our request was only 0.78. So what we do, because we have been on the negative end, that's almost wiped out our entire budget increase before for years. I can't remember when I started doing that, but at least I want to say at least 10 years. I've been here. Anyway, at least 10 years. So what happened is, when we can, we put it in and we reserve the funding, and when we need it, it's there for the negative side of the swing. So I did reach out. It does look like if the numbers I have are accurate, at least for the 1 year, but I wanted to get more numbers I was trying to analyze who's in 4th and 5th grade versus who's in 11th and 12th for Foster, because as they graduate versus going in, I want to know that we're going to be on the positive end of that swing again. And I tried to get the numbers for Gloucester. Those are, I'm not really sure. So those are the numbers I'm not sure, but it does appear from all indications appear that we will be on the positive end of the swing again next year.
Okay.
That said, that number should and was originally budgeted at like 120,000. And we've reduced it to balance this budget to 80. Now that's a kick the can. Somewhat. Okay, somewhat, but it's a responsible kick the can because we've analyzed whether or not we're going to be on the positive end. We're still going to we're putting in 20,000 this year because also a kick the can because we were fully funding the EMS. So we're on the positive end this year. We will be on, we were on the positive end. So we're adding 100,000 in these 2 years. We should end this year. We will end that fiscal year, this one, with a cumulative reserve of something like 325 to 350,000.
Wow.
So even if I'm wrong and next year we are on the positive end, we are on the negative end, we'll be able to cover it. But ideally, we want to grow that a little bit.
But I just want everybody to understand that Gloucester's paying like $474,000.
They're paying. Yeah.
I just want everybody to know that if I was in Gloucester, I probably would have asked them for an audit of their students, but that's a different story. But yeah, so we're doing the best we can, and we could always be on that negative. We could be, we have
been.
We're generally on the negative end every 2 years. So if you look at that budget, the red right there are the years we were in the negative. So we funded $102,000 of our reserve for 2 years and for 1 year, and the year before we funded 68 of the reserve. It's as simple as that. When you're on the negative end, you have to, that's why we try to level it off by putting the money aside. It's not right to balance our budget because we're paying less than their operational costs simply because Gloucester is, because we'll be them in a year or two and we won't have any money to make it up. So you have to be responsible and put some of that money away for reserved specifically for that fund.
Population.
And we do that at the financial town meeting. It can't be used for anything else.
Any questions on that? That was a lot, I know, but.
Can you repeat that?
Can you come up and say your address?
Call me, call me Dave.
Looking at page 17, expenditures.
You don't want to look at the percentage that includes the capital because the capital can be $1 million one year, 2 million the next, $500,000 the year after. It's a fluctuating number based on what your needs are that year. So that's why I do it both with capital and without, because without, that's the one that impacts, the majority of that impacts your tax. So it's at 4.57%. Not
Question.
all of that is going to be new tax dollars. I'll show you in the revenue.
Okay. So any questions on that? Moving on to page 18. Revenues. We need more revenue.
So, right?
Yep.
We've had a detailed discussion with some of the council members that I've been talking and speaking about this for years. You do not have any revenue sources that your revenue sources are stagnant. The only one that isn't seems to be your tax levy, because that's all you really have. You have the same restaurants, you have the same ability to tax as far as like they're bringing in the same business. So where other communities bring in hundreds of thousands or if not millions of dollars for meals and beverage taxes and things like that, we bring in 28,000. So with that, if you look at this, the first 4 or 5 items are all tax related. There's the levy, the levy's budgeted at a 4% increase. Then the 471,000 is a decrease of that because we never collect 100% of the levy in the year that we issue it. Our collection rate has been around 96, but I recently changed this to be more aggressive and said that I increased our collection rate to 96.75 because the 4-year analysis was basically a 5-year analysis does put it closer to like 96.2 or 3. But if you look at the last few years, we've been collecting at a higher level, 96.1 or 2%, 97.1 or 2%, simply because they've carved out the motor vehicles. And people pay their real estate more than they will pay their motor vehicles and tangibles. So I did increase the rate for that. If we don't collect it, we don't collect it, and then hopefully we'll collect more in prior year taxes. Usually it goes one or the other. I'm really worried about this as a whole, so I'm not really that concerned. I also changed what I budgeted for tax interest. I originally budgeted, I think, 100,000. I went to 115. I looked at an analysis. Some years we could collect 150 or 160, but as our tax rate increases, the amount of interest decreases. So it's really kind of just a wash overall in all of your categories. I decreased recently what I had budgeted for licenses and fees. I had budgeted 70,000. This year, we're targeted to make about 60, 65. So I didn't feel good about budgeting for revenue that it doesn't appear that we would get. The building fees, I increased to 80 based on the fact that we had a really good year last year, but the year before 75, and that was about like we've traditionally collected 60, 75. I think the 75 or the 80 is just, I got more aggressive with the revenues to make this work. And I think we're fine because I think we'll be fine. So basically that's what I did. The police fines and fees, again, I had budgeted 50. I lowered it to 45. We're only on target for 40 this year. So it didn't make sense to budget for something we're not going to get. The only thing is I feel comfortable being a little bit more aggressive. By charter, I'm not supposed to budget for anything other than what I know that we're going to receive. But I feel comfortable with this because even if we don't make these earmarks, unless the federal government lowers the rate of interest significantly, as they did by increasing it significantly over the last 18 months, we should still be okay. Because we are earning interest, like we're doing phenomenal on interest. You can only go up so much because interest is a fluctuating thing. So whatever you go up this year, when the rates go down, you'll have to make that up again. It's a kick the can. So we raised it to be responsible. If we don't make our revenue somewhere else, I feel confident that we will there. We're not budgeting for a loss. I think it should be okay. And then all the lines below are revenue transfers. They're either transfers from the land trust, they're transfers from capital fund, they're transfers from our capital in excess of 10%, or the money that we have put aside for the police station build, which is either for debt or the build itself. So they're revenues, but they're basically not revenues that are impacting your taxes.
No.
So that's it. You're at a $50,000 loss and we cannot go forward and we cannot adopt a budget with a $60,000 loss. I still have some work on the budget, but even those blue lines, FYI, like if you change salaries by 10 grand, that's really not changing drastically, those blue lines. I just want them to be correct.
Right.
So. There you go.
Okay, so.
No, I just want to say, if we're in such desperate need of revenue, isn't it time to go forward with the municipal court?
It is in progress.
But I also want to point out, the municipal court costs money. So if you don't make enough new money to cover the full cost, you're dipping into the police fines and fees, what you've already budgeted for revenue, and then you're budgeting for a loss in that. So it will actually negatively impact our budget.
What are the chances?
Very high.
Very high that
That
we
the
would
first-
not
that the
make?
First year,
Hold on.
the first year, yes.
Okay, possibly the first year. But I've had 3 meetings with similar towns. And their revenue is 4 to 1 to expense. So they bring in 80 to 90,000 and their expense is 20 to 25,000.
What communities are those? in?
Richmond, Warren, Butlerville,
So rural.
is one of
communities.
the communities similar to ours,
Okay.
only larger, but similar to
Right,
ours.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great idea, but you just have to like price it out because we can't lose the 48 that we already have budgeted or the 45 that we have budgeted. If you start dipping into that, then we have to actually lower it. You know what I mean? Unless we can find, because a lot of the municipal costs are right up front, so we'd have to fund the program. I think it's the program, right, Dave? That's the big lift.
Yeah,
Is it, like,
it's
expensive?
$10,000 for the software to get onto the DMV. But that's the cost, the initial startup cost. But the one thing that Forster has, and Chief, you can correct me. The one thing Forster has that the other towns I visited don't is 2 parallel major highways. And we have people passing through our town that don't contribute anything, but are driving through and using the roads. And I think it's an opportunity for the trucking, the police and truck enforcement unit is a wonderful idea that the chief had to bring her expertise into Forster and develop a truck program. And Burrville said to me, those fines are $3,000 to $4,000.
Well, yeah.
And it's not hijacking or trying to snipe and hurt people. It's that we are upholding the law. And we are stopping them before they get to other towns that do fine.
Well, if you drive Route 6 or 101, they should be cash cows.
I
To
have
this
people
town.
passing doing, I have people, thank you, Lynn. I have people passing me in the morning at 5 o'clock doing 70, 75 miles an hour on corners uphill over the double lines, almost every day.
Okay, Kelly, to answer you on the
Name and address.
Oh, look at you. It's near everything.
Don't break this.
So hard.
He's knowing it. Isn't he?
Kelly, talk to you on the municipal court.
Yeah.
The planning board brought it up and was putting it together with 10 years ago. When the town council brought it out and didn't want to do it. Okay, 10 years ago, we've been well ahead of the ball game. Now we're in desperate need. We're looking at it. The expenses that other than the program, Your heat, your electric, bill, it's already here.
Oh, that wasn't what I was talking.
Okay, and your judge that you have to pay and a clerk. The judge, you have to put a judge in town. It's who you're gonna pick or whatever for 1 day a month or 2 days a month. We'll bring in that you're gonna spend. You'll bring in so much money that the town of Johnston, after their live in Johnston, all have jobs there, their wives and everything else. And secretaries are bringing in 60, 70,000 a year. And they're bringing in money, they're bringing in so much money, they're showing a loss because they have so many people on the payroll. And like Dave says, and the chief will DOT out here, and she'll have a truck squad that she's working on. Truck tickets that come down with books. Is your, whatever you want it to be, pretty much. I get it.
You need to come up. Thank you.
Just to clarify that the truck stuff, just so everyone knows, you don't need probable cause to stop a truck. There's no reason, a car has to be speeding or have a headlight out or whatever to stop. But a truck squad is inspections. And so every violation that you find on a truck, it can be manufactured into a citation, which is manufactured into money. And then you get into the big stuff, the weight and the size and the height. And that's a tremendous amount of money and I had this idea during my interview.
Yes, you did. So we had already worked on the, municipal court. I did. I had worked on the municipal court idea 3 years ago before, and when I met you, I said, this is a great fit. Because the surrounding communities don't have an aggressive truck squad or any truck squad.
But they're putting them on now because it's such a
Oh, no,
cash
they are,
cow.
they do
They're
now.
doing it too.
I personally trained Warwick, West Warwick, Providence.
No, I mean Situate, Gloucester, Coventry. Do they have big truck squads?
Coventry's got one now.
Coventry has some guys, to go to truck school,
Yes.
you have to go to truck school. You just can't be a truck squad.
Right.
You have to learn all the federal regulations. And you have
Understood.
to continue all the federal regulations. It's a big undertaking. You have to send them to school, they have to pass. And then then you can go into hazmat and the other stuff. So it's a big, long educational process, but once you have it, and these guys up their certification, they have it forever. So because of the trucking industry going through all the small towns, all of the gantries that went up and all of the vehicles that started to go off-road, a lot of the municipalities sent some guys to school, and now they have their own guys. So state police didn't have to be on call for every single truck accident that happened from Westerly to Pasco.
But they gotta come through our town before they get to any of the others.
100%. Like I said, I had this idea from day one because this is a huge thoroughfare for tractor trailers and any truck, anything over 10,000 pounds is considered a truck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Along with my lemonade license that I gave Smithfield, they have a truck squad, and our truck got nailed for a $2,800 ticket
Oh, Anthony.
because they have their own truck squad. And the reason why is because it's very difficult for the truck driver to know how much weight is in the truck. It's based on the guy loading the truck. So he dumps a little extra in there, doesn't seem like much until the guy in
Dumps in more
Smith,
lemonade?
huh?
Dumps in more lemonade?
The lemonade might have to pay for the ticket. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your lemonade truck.
No, I'm talking, no, I had a trucking.
I was with you, Denise, that's what I.
I have a trucking.
Oh,
But he also, no, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I wish I had that much lemonade. No, we have,
£1,000 lemonade truck.
right? No, we have a trucking company also.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and
Okay.
and Smithfield has a truck.
Yep.
And
Now
my
I get it.
business
I
is
got
in
it.
Smithfield.
I get it now. Okay.
$2,800 more. They charge the $1 a pound, and they could have charged more, chief, if they wanted to. Okay, so it was $2,600 fine. Because we didn't even know for 2,600 over, and they're whipping up and down Route 6. You got it right, Dave. So you think we need to move? If the planning board had to.
So.
Okay.
You would have figured out a cap.
So I'm not against that.
No, I know that.
Give me all that we've talked about it, but we cannot add anything else.
I'm
right?
going to do my 3 and 3 for the public hearing for the budget workshop.
Well, we're not voting, we're not doing anything. Everybody
Wait.
talked.
No,
No.
well, I'm looking at
She's
you
so
and you
used to
got
3
me.
and 3.
You know how I have to put down,
So be
you know how I have to put down the coaster? You've got me, I have to do my 3 and 3. We don't have to do it? Good, we're moving on.
I gotta get water.
We are moving on. I am looking, can I just ask a question? Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't gonna ask about the ad because I didn't see it. Should have sent you.
No, I wasn't asking about that. I'm looking at the time. Can I say we are not going to go past a certain time, or do we have to do?
Yeah, I would just suggest, because the only thing the only thing that's on for. Sorry. The only thing that's on for a.
One minute, Grant, could I ask everyone to be quiet so we can hear what the solicitor is telling us? Thank you. Thank you and have a happy Easter.
I just want to confirm that the only. The only thing that's advertised tonight. Everything else is second.
This is the first reading, second reading, second,
First reading. Page 1.
right. It is the animals. Yes, that's what she said.
And then it shows the second.
And then, but everything else.
Now it's a second reading.
They've already gone through it for it, the ad says.
Right.
So we can pick it out.
So the only thing I would suggest is because the animals were specifically advertised for tonight is to gently get through animals.
Yes.
If you would like to continue the other ordinances.
Okay, so.
And
Thank you.
anything else on the agenda.
Thank you. So what we're going to do is here, I am on. Okay. All right. I saw you. I'm telling you, between the coasters and the 3 and 3 and now you, I'm just. Oh my God. So we are going to we're going to open the public hearing for the animal ordinances, which I didn't see unless this is considered the ad.
I have it in the Valley Breeze.
Okay,
The other ones
so-
you'll have to pull from Sugar Sync.
Yeah. So
What's that?
we have to.
I can do this
Alright,
in,
so-
in 5 minutes.
Okay. So we're going to open the public hearing
Do this in
for
5 minutes.
the first reading for tonight, which deals with the livestock and animals. And then we'll see where we
I
stand.
prepared a long time. for this, so.
I'm sorry. We will then see where we stand and make a decision as to how we move forward. That being said, the ad, Grant, you have it, go ahead, read it.
On March 28th, 2024, the Foster Town Council will conduct a public hearing at 6 p.m.
This is.
at 6 South Killingley Road, Benjamin Eddy Building. On the agenda will be discussion of 18 animals ordinances and 1 business ordinance. The recommendations include amendments to the animals ordinance, section 8-1, livestock welfare, livestock defined, section 8-2, livestock welfare, adequate living conditions, section 8-3, general considerations for the care and welfare of livestock, definitions, section 8-4, general requirements for the care and welfare of all types of livestock, section 8-5, specific requirements for the care and welfare of ambulatory disabled, non-ambulatory disabled, or distressed livestock, section 8-6, specific requirements for the care and welfare of bovine veal, section 8-7, specific requirements for the care and welfare of bovine dairy, section 8-8, specific requirements for the care and welfare of bovine beef, section 8-9, specific requirements for the care and welfare of porcine swine. I apologize if I mispronounce any of this. Thank you. Section 8-10, specific requirements for the care and welfare of poultry layers. Section 8-11, specific requirements for the care and welfare of poultry broilers. Section 8-12, specific requirements for the care and welfare of poultry breeders. Section 8-13, specific requirements for the care and welfare of ovine. Again, apologize if I'm.
It's ovine, you're right.
Okay. Section 8-14, specific requirements for the care and welfare of caprine. Section 8-15, specific requirements for the care and welfare of camelid. Section 8-16, specific requirements for the care and welfare of equine. Section 8-17, violations, penalties, and Section 8-18, enforcement. The recommendations include an amendment to the business ordinance, Section 12-137, definitions. Copies of the proposed amendments, additions, and removals can be found online at townoffoster.com/planning department. Copies can be obtained from the Foster Planning Office during regular business hours. The proposed amendments, additions, and removals may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. Individuals requesting interpreter service must notify the town clerk's office at 401-392-9200 at least 72 hours in advance of the hearing date by order of the town council. Susan M. Dillon, town clerk. Now, before I read this, I would like to mention that there's been a lot of misinformation about the manufactured
open-
homes ordinances, and I would like to have the chance to explain.
Can I open the public hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Now that we've read the advertisement, I am opening the public hearing. Grant.
Okay, so this should be pretty easy. These are the DEM livestock welfare standards. They come directly from Rhode Island Code of Regulations. I did not edit these at all. The reason these are brought forward is because there was some discussion about our 35 animals ordinance in the zoning code, which brought up questions about how many animals you can have in an area, basically animal density. There's very little in here regarding that. I think chickens are really the only example where there's a limit on square footage in terms of how many you can keep. So I guess the search is still out for exactly what regulates density in terms of livestock over certain numbers of acres as opposed to smaller animals and square feet. But this would be a good section to put in our code of ordinances so people don't have to look into the Rhode Island Code of Regulations. If the council would rather see simple citations to all of these sections, I could easily do that. If you look at the descriptions on all of these sections, it'll say the definitions match a certain section of Rhode Island Code of Regulations. So I don't think there's a need to read through all of the minutia here, but essentially anybody who keeps livestock by state law has to follow these regulations already. We have a reserved section of our Code of Ordinances, so I think it would be appropriate to put it in there so people don't have to look as far.
So am I oversimplifying it? Am I oversimplifying and asking, is this basically housekeeping?
Yeah, it could be considered that way, or we could just say we don't want to even with sections 8 through 18. We could not even bother putting it into Foster's Code because it's a state law anyway. But if we want people to be more likely to be aware of these rules, I think
Yes.
it'd be good to
So
have
it's
them
a
in there.
convenience.
I think it's a
for-
good idea. We're in conformance and we don't have any ambiguity, no guessing.
The question that came up when people were looking at this is, oh my gosh, but these are state mandated, the DEM. It's not something that the town is saying, it's something that the state is saying, these are the rules and regulations.
Correct.
Now, you and I have discussed it in the past in regards to the Right to Farm Act.
Yep.
So can you explain to people how that Right to Farm Act is reflected or can be reflected in this?
So anybody who, the authority section, Rhode Island Code of Regulations will say that anybody keeping livestock needs to follow these rules in terms of the welfare or the well-being of those animals. My familiarity with Right to Farm is more in terms of health and safety and ordinances that are passed by the council under a certain section of the, I think it's 2319-1, it's the health and safety standards, and basically no agricultural operation as defined under Right to Farm can be subject to things like removal of manure or places for keeping animals So essentially, if the council puts something forward regarding the keeping of animals, that's a local ordinance, structures, manure, picking up waste. Agricultural operations under right to farm are exempt from those local ordinances. I don't think they're exempt from state laws.
Okay, thank you. This public hearing is open.
There's one section that is not about livestock welfare. It's very simple. So
Before we move to that, does anyone have any questions in regards to the ordinances that are state mandated? Before, well, let's do the general and then we'll close it and we'll open it to the.
All right.
Okay, so hearing none, go ahead, Grant, with the one particular.
okay, so section 12-137 is in the businesses section, chapter of the Code of Ordinances. There are definitions relating to mobile food establishments, hawkers, peddlers, door-to-door salespersons, and temporary mass gathering. We use that term, but it was never defined in this section. So the recommendation is to include the definition of a temporary a temporary mass gathering, which is found in Rhode Island General Law 5-11.1-3. It's number 13 there. So that is what you will see, town council, on the last page of this packet.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I was having a difficult time finding that. Aren't we discussing?
There are also additional changes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. And
All right, so
and the,
that's,
well, actually, in that section, there are not additional changes beyond that. That's in a different section.
then 1237, because I know I've read.
Looking at crossed off language that was not proposed when we discussed this ordinance.
There is no crossed off language in this section. If you read 12-137, all you will see.
There is crossed off language.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
so
just
that's, and so what that's doing is coming into compliance with state law, because that is not written in the definition of a hawker in that same section. So we're just coming into compliance with state law.
All right, so I do see that, okay,
I will
So-
take a look at this because I don't think that's a requirement.
okay. So. Thank you. And then the temporary mass gathering means we have an ordinance that with second hearing on that, I believe. Okay. All right. So does anyone have any questions in regards to that? Tammy, did you? No, okay. So this is the first reading. The council will not be voting. I will close the public hearing. Well, I can't close it yet. 3 and 3. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinance changes? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinance changes? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinance changes? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? I'm closing the public hearing. I will open it to the council that if you have any questions.
I had a question, Grant. I lost you and you were going like so quickly through these. What were you talking about? Manure?
Yeah, that was in response to what Denise asked in terms of right to farm, and we'll bring that up during the second hearing if I'm given a chance to speak during that hearing. I'd also like to point out that the council did not do its 3 and 3 for the budget hearing, but there was no vote. There's no vote on this, so I don't see why we didn't do them both times. But yes, that's about picking up manure. Agricultural operations under right to farm do not have to follow rules in terms of that, and we'll get to that during the second hearing if I'm allowed to.
Thank. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just, I just was wondering why you brought that up. I just didn't see it in here.
Yeah, and it was a question that was asked by Denise, and so the way I answered it was that state laws, to my understanding, don't get around right to farm, so to speak, but right to farm provides farmers who are defined as agricultural operations under right to farm with the ability to not be held or not have local ordinances, certain ones enforced against them, including the cleanup of manure. I also mentioned that at the last town council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant.
Chris?
Grant, I appreciate all your work on this. My concern with these are we, as a town, do not have the resources to support these ordinances,
To enforce them?
to enforce them.
Yeah, so they're state laws and they already need to be enforced by DEM. I'm not suggesting that the town goes around enforcing this. I'm suggesting that we put this into our code so that it's easier for people to find what's already in state law.
And DEM would be the
So my,
enforcement officer.
I believe that's correct.
so my point is, if a resident calls Gina and says, we have an issue with the neighbor next door taking care of their animals, we don't even have an animal control officer.
We do.
We
We
do, but that
Right.
animal control officer is gonna cost us money if we make it.
Control different types of.
Yes. Yes, you're correct. SPCA would get involved or DEM would get involved. But the original response, the original complaint could come to us.
For interpretation. And what
Not-
Grant's saying is.
No,
No, we
No.
can't interpret. We can't interpret.
we can't interpret it.
Well, I mean, if,
We,
what we're saying is if somebody brings forward, if someone brings forward a complaint, wouldn't it be better to be able to say, this is the state law? You need to comply?
I think we could
But-
just go to the state law for that.
Well, and that's,
DEM was all of them.
So nothing here changes besides that it's written in our code.
all right, so what I had stated in the beginning is that we're putting this in our ordinances. They're state, they're not town. It's not saying that we're going to enforce them. It's more, maybe, okay, so it's a convenience for
Exactly.
people to come and look.
Exactly.
So maybe instead of, hear me out, because I just thought this. Maybe instead of having it in our ordinances, we have it in a different location for the convenience of residents. Is
Yeah,
that a
Yeah, and
possibility?
either
Grant?
way works as long as people
So-
are aware. Yeah.
Right, so, and I understand you're wanting it and the planning board wanting it for convenience of people because going through the state, et cetera. But maybe if it's not part of our ordinances, because I'm not sure if I'm using the correct terms or not, honor the Right to Farm Act because we are a farming community.
Yeah, and
We
I
are-
think
Where else would we put it?
we
Well,
could
I
put
don't
it,
know
put it
what
on the
is.
town website.
Right.
Just say,
Put it
okay,
in on
yeah.
the town website, just,
But what would we?
it
We-
can go under
We
the
we
planning
would we
board.
would say the DEM livestock welfare standards regulations are
Yeah.
found in this section of Rhode Island Code of Regulations.
Would that work, Grant? I mean,
Yeah.
you've done all this work.
It wasn't very difficult. I just copied and pasted everything.
No, Grant, you did a lot of work.
Would we still keep what we have here in ours?
What?
Do we take out that whole section from?
No, the section's currently reserved, so,
It's reserved.
yeah, this would just be something to fill in a reserve section.
They're blank, and they would just stay blank, and then you would have like another tab
Yeah, okay.
on under the planning board.
Yeah,
Under the
it could be under whatever
Or under
section's
zoning
appropriate.
Or something.
Yeah.
And it'd be another,
I think that makes sense, but
Well-
because this was a first hearing, we're gonna have to continue it because we can't take any
right,
kind of vote on
right,
it.
we
Yeah.
can't, but
Even to
that
just
might
move
be,
it
right,
somewhere else.
that might be a I don't know. Just thinking off the top of my
No,
head
I
at
think that
9:30 at night.
that's-
I
yeah,
just wanted to
that's-
point out the fact that we
I-
didn't have the
right.
resources.
We don't, and
But it's not us,
Mm-mm.
DEM.
it's DM.
It is, but initially it could be us.
Right, right.
We do get calls, though, Chris. We do get calls.
And what do you do with the calls, Sue?
DEM. We could tell them to call the state
So you don't call the animal control officer,
like this, but it's gonna tell them the same thing.
but he's gonna
Right.
gonna go
You
look.
have cows like in, you know, up to their bellies in mud and they're in a small corral. People call about stuff like that. They can't move, they're frozen, you know.
But him as the animal control officer is gonna go check that situation
and then
before he calls.
Yes.
Right, right.
But we don't
Okay.
get calls,
Wait,
crazy
I'm good.
calls every week. It's just.
Thanks, Grant.
Mrs. Ryder.
No problem.
I would hope by not including this in the ordinances that the town does not feel that they are absolved from any
Oh, I don't,
responsibility.
no,
I mean,
not at all.
because if there is a call and it requires one of our police to go or something, I would
Mrs.
think
Dillon-
you're not going to just say, you know
Mrs.
what? Get in
Miss-
touch with the
Mrs.
DEM
Dillon
at some
just
point."
addressed that.
Right. What?
Mrs. Dillon just addressed the fact that they do get calls.
Right.
And they ask the animal control officer to go out and look at it. And then,
Cause that wouldn't be anything I could do.
then he
Have to do-
calls.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I'm
We're
just
not
saying,
turning a blind eye. to it.
if there's a critical, I mean, because
Right.
sometimes there are critical
Right.
things that need intervention immediately. And I would hope that you don't say, well, you know, our resources are not.
We're not at
capable
that
of
level
handling it.
yet,
Well,
Mrs. Ryder.
no.
I mean, I don't know, maybe in a couple of years.
It's state law. I mean,
I-
it's stuff that's on the state, but making such a big,
We understand.
I mean, really. We're discussing more about
Thank you.
cows in the month.
Yeah, and I mean, I've sat here for the whole time and I get up here and I'm told that we're only gonna do one ordinance and we have people lying about us online, so I'd like to
Mr.
be able to
Mr. Mc-
explain myself.
Mr. McGregor, go ahead. So now, do you have anything else on this ordinance? So we're going to have it again on April 11th.
Yeah,
And you know the direction we're looking at, so. So now I'm going to take a moment at this time to look at, we have other hearings going on, but they're the second reading. No,
So
no.
The way that they're listed is first hearing as it's first on the agenda, second hearing because it's second hearing on the agenda, third. The second, third and fourth are all second readings. Yep.
Do you see?
Second readings of those ordinances. No, so what, I'm explaining it.
I'm trying to listen.
So the way that they're listed is the first hearing of the night for ordinances is labeled first hearing. The second hearing of the night is labeled second hearing, the third, but the second, third and fourth hearings are second reading of those ordinances. They're not, readings and hearings are two different things.
Yes, so.
Those will be pretty quick, right? Because we voted.
the rest of this will be quick.
So council,
It is the pleasure of the council, not the pleasure of anyone else.
thank you.
It's
I
just a
was gonna say
statement.
that. Thank you. It is the pleasure of the council as to whether you want to move forward with the three remaining public hearings that are second readings where the council could vote on these. Giving them the due diligence that they need. Or continuing them to the April 11th. What is the pleasure of the council?
I'd like to continue. I'd like to continue.
So are you making a motion to continue
I'd like to
these?
make a motion to continue these till the.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta.
Can I address a concern?
Can we, when we have discussion? Can we make the motion and then discussion?
I'm afraid that the motion will interfere with my concern.
No.
I would like to,
Grant, you have to stop for 1 minute. I know. Just stop for 1 minute. Let's, if we could take a motion for each hearing individually. So,
Secondary business.
second hearing business. So.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, we table.
No, continue.
The second hearing on business.
Second. Okay, so
And that's to the April 11th.
to April 11th. And that was David and Cheryl. Discussion, Grant.
On the second hearing,
Yes, the business.
I didn't write the second hearing.
Okay. So you don't have a discussion on that?
That would be, Julia wrote
Okay.
that.
No concerns.
Okay, so we can continue that. Nope, we have to vote.
Okay.
So now, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that will be continued to the April 11th. Going on to the hearing for animals, chapter 8 and zoning, chapter 38. What's the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion, we continue the third hearing on animals, chapter 8 and zoning, chapter 38
To
to the
April 11th.
meeting.
discussion. Grant?
I don't care. You guys can do away with that one.
Well,
if
you have, you
I'm
said you
concerned,
have nothing.
I'm concerned about what's listed as the fourth hearing regarding
Okay,
manufactured homes.
I just wanted to make sure that we heard your discussion. So, okay, and it's been seconded. And any further discussion? Anyone here for that particular public hearing? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Moving on to the fourth hearing, which is the manufactured homes. What is the pleasure of the council?
This will give Grant an opportunity.
Yes, to make a
Okay.
discussion.
I make a motion to continue the fourth hearing on manufactured homes and trailers to the April 11th meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can you do it now?
We haven't decided yet.
This is extremely important.
Oh, okay, so this is a discussion. You're feeling that it's extremely important because,
Because of the information that is flat out wrong and has been lied about our planning board regarding this.
so you're trying to do,
I'm trying to clear
Clear.
things up.
okay.
I think we should do it. I think we should hear it.
Okay, we can vote no.
It is only what, 5 of them?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay, so all in favor?
No,
No, no. All in favor?
No.
no.
No. Well, can we tell you not to talk
Oh, I
anymore?
didn't know that's what you meant.
That's what I mean. Shh. I'll look at you and say, no.
The
All
motion
in
is-
favor?
The motion is to continue.
Right.
Right. We
So
don't
say
wanna
no.
continue.
I know.
So that's what, okay,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
When I go like this, everybody says, okay?
Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? No. So now we are not continuing this. We're going to hear it at this time. So opening up the public hearing, wait a minute, let me get the ad. And here is the ad, if you want to read it.
Oh my goodness.
The ad's longer than the,
Oh, jeez, yeah. Keep forgetting about that thing. On February 22nd, 2024, the Foster Town Council will conduct a public hearing at 6 p.m. at 6 South Killingley Road, Benjamin Eddy Building. On the agenda will be discussion of 15 manufactured homes and trailers ordinances. 1 planning ordinance, 2 business ordinances, 3 nuisance ordinances, and 1 zoning ordinance recommended by the planning board at its January 17th and February 7th, 2024 meetings. The recommendations include additions to the business ordinance, section 12-1, penalty for violation of chapter authority, and section 12-48, businesses dumpsters. The recommendations include amendments to and removals from the manufactured homes and trailers ordinance 16-1 through 16-30 reserved, section 16-61 temporary permits following damage, section 16-81 unlicensed trailers prohibited, section 16-82 procedure for applying for initial trailer license, section 16-83 standards to govern issuance of initial trailer license, section 16-84. Hearing on issuance of initial trailer license. issuance or denial of license. Section 16-85, previously located trailers, 16-121, definitions, section 16-122, general requirements for operation of a mobile home or trailer park, 16-123, sanitary requirements for operation of mobile home or trailer parks, section 16-124, registration of mobile homes or trailers, section 16-125, existing land and area requirements, section 16-126, penalties for violation, section 16-151, required, and section 16-152, application. The recommendations include additions to the nuisance ordinance, section 18-1, dumpsters, section 18-2, recycle receptacles, and section 18-32, penalty for violation of article authority. The recommendations include amendments to the planning ordinance, section 24-35, organization. The recommendations include amendments to the zoning ordinance, section 38-3, penalty for violation of chapter. Copies of the proposed amendments, additions, and removals can be found online at townoffoster.com/planning department. Copies can also be obtained from the Foster Planning Office during regular business hours. The proposed amendments, additions, and removals may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. Individuals requiring interpreter service must notify the town clerk's office at 401-392-9200 at least 72 hours in advance of the hearing date by order of the town council. Susan M. Dillon, town clerk.
That being read, I am opening up the public hearing regarding manufactured homes and trailers. This is the second reading, so the council may vote on this at the close of the public hearing. Grant.
This is the third time this is being heard, and if you listen to Councilwoman Rogers, she listed 8 different ordinances: 16-121, 16-122, 16-123, 16-120, let me finish, 16-124, 16-125, 16-126, 16-151, and 16-152. Now, those are not listed in what is being heard tonight because those were all approved by the town council at the last meeting, and they all relate to trailer. And what that means, section 16-121 says that manufactured home parks are prohibited in Foster, and the rest of them were removed. And if you were on the internet recently, you might have heard that we were trying to promote trailer parks when the exact opposite is what is actually true. Now that I've gotten that across, I can start with section 16-81, currently titled Unlicensed Trailers Prohibited. So section 16-181, right now, the way it reads, no person shall maintain or use any trailer as a dwelling within the town without a license for the same, except as provided in this article. The proposal is for there to be no exceptions. No person can maintain or use any trailer or manufactured home as a dwelling unit without a permit. And the permitting process for manufactured homes is found in the 1 and 2 family building code, Rhode Island State Building Code 2, and manufactured homes not existing prior to 1971 shall only be permitted as a replacement for a trailer that existed prior to that date or as a temporary residence as is described in section 38-280. And a trailer, by definition, or a mobile home is generally considered anything pre-HUD, and those regulations came forward in 1976. Anything that meets the standards after 1976 is generally referred to as a manufactured home. Again, this will only be for replacements or temporary manufactured homes.
So I
Could I ask a
apologize. I had
question?
to read that entire ad because that's the way it was published in the paper.
I understand
Regardless
that.
of what we already voted on, that I have to read the ad.
Oh,
as it was.
and that's understood, but what I don't understand is why on the internet it says that we are looking to put forward trailer parks. And I think that is the Foster Town Council news, which is fake news to the point that it's probably unintentional satire.
I'm going to ask you to stop there.
Oh, it's written about our board.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to stop there. We're going to continue with section 16 dash.
I would like to ask a question.
Go right ahead. Go back to-
I might be missing something. I appreciate your work on this grant. What is a manufactured home?
I read the
If it's
definition.
not
I
a-
read the
if it-
definition at the last meeting.
No.
I wasn't.
We spent a lot of time explaining the manufacturing. Okay.
Just quick and dirty.
You need to come up to the microphone.
I'll explain it. A manufactured home by the US code definition, which is what the state building code uses, is anything, I don't know the exact dimensions, but it's prefabricated and it
Okay.
is on a permanent chassis with or without a permanent foundation. And the goal here is to only allow prefabricated homes with a permanent foundation. And so the goal is to actually not allow manufactured homes. There's a bill that's actually was heard and considered at the rise of the House tonight, House Bill 7980. And that bill proposes that manufactured homes be allowed on any single family residential lot in Rhode Island. And I spoke with the legislative chair of the Rhode Island chapter of the American Planning Association and voiced support for municipalities being able to regulate zoning districts for manufactured homes, with one of those options being there is no zoning district for those types of manufactured homes, with the concern being the type without a foundation. And generally the American Planning Association, the Rhode Island chapter, is supportive of that. And we're working on putting something towards somewhere in the General Assembly to voice that opinion.
So it's almost the same as a trailer.
It's I have to do this.
There you are. Oh, I was on you are. Okay, so go. Now you're.
It was a mobile home is what we used to call them. So I don't know when the name changed because
It was a mobile. It had wheels on it. You could take the wheels off it, put it on the foundation.
The name changed
Yeah.
the post HUD 1976.
Signs over here.
You speak in, too. Sit
No,
down.
that's not-
People online.
I can't go to the gym.
Big Brother's listening, Anthony.
I am. No, I am. So yeah, we had confusion at the last meeting about a modular home. So is that?
Okay, no. Modular home, prefabbed home,
Yes,
sections, comes in, all different sizes, all different whatever.
I've got one of those too.
Put it on a foundation, but then,
So
like the other
Right.
ones on Cucumber Hill Road, one of
Yes.
them in the field is a modular home, one of these
Yes.
stick built. Comes in one day, it's up.
Okay.
Trailer is like what Heidi has now, but they meet a
Right.
different standard today that the government made. And that can go on a full foundation or not.
So
We're saying. it has to
modular, a
For us to
modular
approve
home
it And to do modular home, same thing.
We're saying
is
it
not
has to be
considered manufactured.
Yeah, kind of, but it's a different, the trailer is only 20 feet wide.
But I'm telling, in this
Mm-hmm.
ordinance,
Yes, in this ordinance,
it's not.
we're not having that.
Okay,
That's what I know we're getting at. We are doing everything we
but
possibly
this
can.
is not saying modular.
It says manufacturer because that's the new term that the state and the government is using.
But a modular home is not a
No.
manufactured home. That's
Right.
what I was asking.
That's where you're going with it.
Right.
And tell them about there's a bill coming.
I told them about that. So what these ordinances are doing here, these are regarding the replacement and temporary trailers, so to speak, pre-HUD 1976, those regulations, replacements for those types of structures and temporary trailers, so to speak, or manufactured homes as they're now known, which is already what Foster's Code provides for. What we're getting at here is we're looking to permit prefab homes, whether that's modular or manufactured, but only if it has a permanent foundation. That could be brought in new, but anything that does not have a permanent foundation would have to meet the new state building code if it is a replacement or a temporary. it could still be done because it's grandfathered in. We just would have to follow the current building code for that replacement or temporary structure. Yes.
Right, so well and septic. So is that understanding? Yeah.
I got it perfect.
Yeah, well, I know last time we were asking for clarification about mobile home, modular home, trailer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
manufactured.
Came up and gave a good.
No, he did, yes, that, I mean, I never knew when the term changed.
We have had just recently, a modular home, I believe that's what you would call it, installed on one of the roads near me.
Right.
So I know they're coming in.
Is it on a, is it
It's
on
on
a
a
permanent
permanent
foundation?
foundation.
That's the thing.
That's permissible.
I know that.
Not a trailer.
So that's not new, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So now we can move on.
Got it.
So we're good with that. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Mr. Renzi, for explaining all this.
Nope.
We,
absolutely not.
Mr. Renzi, thank you so much. Grant, thank you so much. So we're good with these hearings.
That was one section.
That's what I said, we gotta move on.
These will be quick now that we know we're all on the same page.
Okay,
Okay, next section, section 1682, procedure for applying for currently titled initial trailer license. At this point, you can't do that for a trailer. So procedure for applying for replacement or temporary manufactured home permit is the proposed title of this section as would be amended. And
That's in the case if somebody's house burns down, they get a temporary trailer.
correct.
Which we allow anyway
Right.
already, right?
Correct. And so what this ordinance proposes is that the application for a replacement or temporary manufactured home shall be made in writing to the building official and shall be permitted for it should say replacement or temporary use as described in the zoning ordinance section 38-280, and the permitting process is found in the 1 and 2 family building code. So all we're doing is saying that you can replace a grandfathered in trailer and you can bring in, you would have to replace it with something that meets the state building code now. And you could also do the same for a temporary structure as well.
okay. Any questions on that? Go ahead.
Section 1683, standards to govern issuance of formerly titled initial to be replaced with replacement or temporary manufactured home license. No, the ordinance would be written, no replacement or temporary manufactured home license shall be issued unless the following standards are met. The manufactured home must meet the setbacks of the zoning district in which it's located. Currently, it says it needs to be 30 feet from the road line, so all that's doing is backing it up 5 feet. And the 50 feet from adjoining lot lines would still be, that's actually consistent with our current setbacks, at least in the AR district. And subsection 2, utilities and building service equipment for the manufactured home must meet the requirements described in the 1 and 2 family building code.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Go ahead, Grant.
Section 1684, hearing on issuance of initial trailer license, issuance or denial of license. There's no hearing requirement found in the state building code. So again, the permitting process would go through the building official, and that's just compliant with the new state laws or old state laws at this point.
Any questions regarding that? Okay, go ahead, Grant.
Section 1685, previously located trailers and replacements for such manufactured homes. So again, before 1976, they were referred to as mobile homes or trailers. After 1976, they're generally referred to as manufactured homes. So replacement manufactured homes for trailers that are located in the town before the effective date of this article must comply with the provisions of the 1 and 2 family building code, as opposed to the provisions that were in place at the time the initial trailer was installed, which would be not in compliance with the state building code.
Any questions on that? Thank you. Hearing none, I'm going to do my 3 and 3. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, open it up to the council. What is the pleasure of the council?
I'll make a motion that we approve recommendations of the planning board to amend the following sections as presented. Section 16-81, unlicensed trailers prohibited. Section 16-82, procedure for applying for initial trailer license. Section 16-83, standards to govern issuance of initial trailer license. Section 16-84, hearing on the issuance of initial trailer license, issuance or denial of license. Section 16-85, previously located trailers.
Second. Thank you. Discussion? I want to thank Grant and Mr. Renzi for the clarification and explanation. I appreciate that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Moving on to old business. We have had the urgent request address correction initiative to enhance emergency response. Mrs. Dillon had included in her a procedure that she has in place now. Heidi and I met with all of the chiefs. I'm trying to find all of the chiefs, and they had come up with a procedure which is in your sugar sink. And the change that they were looking at is for number 4, where it says a number is then chosen depending on existing numbers. They would like it that the building inspector goes out. So right now, steps 1, 2, and 3 would remain the same. It would just be step 4 that would be changed, so that we're looking at the GIS maps, we're looking at various things, but it's felt by the chiefs that we need a visual. We need somebody to go out and look at. So
I agree.
the building official, they come in, ask for a permit.
They do it online.
They do it online. I forget about that. They go online. It comes in, the building official goes out and looks. The recommendation is that the pole nearest to the driveway is what the address would be. If that number is already taken, then they go to, so if it was 109, then 109 is already taken, it's 109A, 109B, 109C. That would be their recommendation.
Going forward.
Going forward. I didn't put on corrections for,
Yeah.
that'll be another night. So moving forward, and that if the building official would then, if he's comfortable with saying that, reach out to the chief, and the chief would go out within 24 hours. I know Mrs. Dillon had a concern about how long is it going to take for these people to get their permit approved, et cetera, and they have to do the electrical, everything has changed. The fire chiefs, if Moosup Valley isn't available, South Forster said they would go out and double check it. So some chief will go out within the 24-hour period. I checked with them. I forwarded Mrs. Dillon your questions to them, and that was what they had recommended, that yes, they would follow through, but it would be within 24 hours after notification. Okay. Does that?
Do we need to vote on this, or are we just being in?
Do we? I would like to have a motion that we
Because
follow the
it's a new-
procedure
a new
because it's new.
Policy?
Yeah.
Or I'll make a motion to accept the procedure for new house numbers as presented.
Second.
Okay, let me do my discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Just one quick question.
Can you come up? Name and address.
Of course. Adam Dacko, 119A Central Pike. I'm just curious, how will this affect existing addresses?
There are some that are incorrect, but they're not in sequential order. And we're going to address that in another meeting.
Okay, because I have been out here 44 years. My address has changed 3 times.
Were you a
Yeah.
rural route at one time?
One,
Yeah, yeah.
Fox 39, yep.
Yes, so we're looking at, there is evidently some houses that are not in sequential order.
Right.
So that's the concern. It's not changing any existing. There's something that, there's about 6 or 7 that are wrong within the town. That are not, I shouldn't say wrong, that are not in a sequential order, and we're trying to rectify that.
Right, that is when the road ends, or the road ends, and then driveways have been put in. For example, Balcom Road in Salisbury. You have a house going in right at that corner. They had to bring in new poles. And so I get that. I understand. I just wanted to know if it would affect.
Not gonna
All
change
right.
anyone's existing, where even the ones that are wrong or that are not in sequential, we're not changing theirs.
Okay.
We have an idea of how to rectify that.
That works. Going forward.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Budget workshop schedule, we're still over on our budget, so we need to come up with another meeting. When we have to adopt it by April 11th. Ooh. What are people's pleasure?
It's like a couple of years. You have sleep, huh? Want to do Saturday? You want to do Saturday?
No, that's.
Oh, that's right.
No.
So-
You also would not have time to post properly with the OMA.
What options do we have?
We have the option of, why isn't it moving? A meeting next week.
I
Or-
think the second and the third.
It's not you.
Keep in mind, it has to be Wednesday or later because the clerk needs to be able to post the agenda during business hours, at least 48 hours ahead of the meeting.
Do the third. I can't do the 4th.
At 4.
Oh, at
Third
4?
4.
Okay,
Does that sound okay?
sounds okay with me. I don't know. about
Does that,
Kelly.
that's Wednesday
At 4.
at 4.
Does that sound
4
okay?
does not work for Mr. Stone, 4:30.
Oh, no, that's fine. You
Okay.
can, we can leave it.
What did you want to say?
I wanted to say after that. I'm going on vacation,
Yes.
Wednesday the 3rd.
the 5th. All the way to the 12th.
All right, so if we have one on the 3rd,
I'm gonna say that's at 4.
I have to tell you. Why?
turn it on. It's not-
I think we could meet 5 more times and all the decisions are going to be just as bad. So I mean, at this point, I think you just like, if you talk to the departments that have to make cuts, that they propose them that day, and then we call it a day.
Right, I'm only scheduling one.
Okay,
meeting. because
because somebody was saying, I think it was Heidi, that we needed a couple. I'm thinking that
What's
maybe we schedule the second one if the first one
Right.
doesn't work, because I really do think
Oh, yeah.
every change we make at this point is just going to be difficult. So just,
So,
Let's do it all at once.
yep.
do it on the 3rd,
Yeah, I'm good.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock,
Yeesh.
okay?
Yeesh.
So Gina, does that work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Gordon and, yes. Can Gordon read at 4 o'clock? But Thursday is his bad day.
On Wednesday,
Isn't Thursday his bad day?
I can work.
Usually it is.
The cuts that
Okay.
I actually already have some to propose.
Mhm.
So hopefully.
So I'll accept a motion to meet on April 3rd.
I make a motion that we meet on April 3rd at 4:30.
Second.
At 4
Four.
o'clock rather,
Second.
in Eddie Building for a budget workshop.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Oof. Okay, that's a Wednesday. There might be children. Um, No, it's the runner's night, so my husband's out running and children cannot be left. alone. They have some law about that.
Mine, so. Yeah, I just didn't know if there was a time thing. I just, in the interest of time.
Well, when we get there. So, in your packet, you have, the National Small Business Week proclamation.
Are we doing that?
Denise, you're skipping the police
Oh.
building update.
It's kind of sitting there lonely by itself.
And actually, I don't have anything else to say except for that we got the $1 million and that, we're still in talks with Rouse as far as, fees. And, Gloucester has gone forward, or they're going forward with their budget for, a $12 million police building. And their architect is $1 million. So that's where we stand. Mrs. Ryder.
Nothing's cheap.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's one simple question.
That million is from Reed, right?
Yes.
That has nothing to do with the state. It's not the state pot of money that we
No,
thought
wait
we
a
were
minute.
getting from.
That is the state money.
It
Is the state money.
It's a state
That's
money, it
not
passed
Senator
through.
Reed.
I had to apply for it. It was a federal program. Remember how bad
Right.
it was?
Right,
So-
okay, but this is not the part of the 11 million that was put aside.
It-
So that where we were almost kind of guaranteed to get $1 million of
That
that.
is that.
That is that.
That is that.
That is that?
That is that.
Okay,
That is
Doesn't
that.
mean we can't get more.
right,
Right.
It
hopefully.
was
we-
federal money passed through the state, I believe.
Right, okay. Thank you. Moving on to National Small Business, you have in your packet a, gosh, what is it called?
A resolution
Thank you
or a proclamation.
for
Is
National Small Business Week. If somebody would like to read that. Yes, yep, go right ahead.
Yeah.
Whereas
Put the mic to him, please.
Whereas the resilience of American small businesses continues to drive America's strongest economic growth in almost 40 years, fostering the competition and innovation that creates opportunities for families, workers, and neighborhoods. And whereas small businesses are the backbone of our communities and the American economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers, enriching our main streets, making parts and products in America to fuel our supply chains, building our nation's infrastructure, and innovating and inventing the products of tomorrow. And whereas the historic investments made through the President's American Rescue Plan, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, CHIPS and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act are ensuring small businesses can access federal capital support, technical assistance, contracting opportunities, and other resources to help lead the way as we rebuild America's roads and bridges and build a clean energy economy for the future. And whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture and enjoy new opportunities to build generational wealth. And whereas entrepreneurship continues to be one of the best pathways to the American dream, evident by historic small business boom, with a record 16.5 million Americans applying to start a business since January 20th, 2021, including 5.5 million last year. And whereas by renewing our commitment to supporting small businesses, we can maintain our global competitiveness and build a strong nation where everyone can succeed from the bottom up and middle out. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. And whereas the town of Foster supports and joins in this national effort to recognize contributions of small businesses to the American economy and their importance in ensuring that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, I, Denise L. DeFranco, President of the Foster Town Council, do hereby proclaim April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as National Small Business Week.
I'll make a motion to authorize council president to sign that proclamation, and does that have to get sent on to the state rep and senator? Is that where we sent that? We send that one, or what do we do with it? Yeah.
Yes, I
I
think
know
that's where.
resolutions we do, but this is a proclamation. I
They-
didn't know.
they-
Is it at the bottom there? Because it will tell you on the bottom if there is.
No, it just says.
It just,
Proclamation.
just a proclamation.
I second,
But they wanted it by a certain date, so,
I second that motion.
okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
What if we said no?
It's too late. We'll tear it up. Okay. Schedule Phillips Field opening day, and she left.
Yeah.
Could we continue that to the next meeting because Tammy has
You just talk, say something.
the field?
It's it for the,
Oh, that's why it's on there. Thank you. So we need to discuss when there's going to be the Phillips. I'm sorry, the opening day. It's so, we need to talk about that and when it would be. So I would propose that we have I have spoken to Dave Terrell because Dave Terrell, we've been looking at having a dedication of the field versus the opening of the field. So the dedication is the naming of the field for Captain Phillips, and that involves quite a bit of planning. Not that the opening day doesn't, but that we could have something, the first home game at the field, because Situate has a large opening day ceremony that has quite a few people. But for us to do something at the first home game at the field. Would you?
By way of a dedication.
By way of, yeah, of.
Do we
a
know when
ceremony.
that's gonna be?
That's why I was looking.
I think it would be nice if we mentioned that DEM be it for $400,000.
Right, so that, we would mention that and that we would do that, so that we can announce that they paid for it and that they gave us the money.
Like a couple of weeks away.
Yes,
What's required tonight?
That field isn't ready to play a game opening day.
You're already practicing now.
no, they're practicing on,
Well, yeah, practice, well,
Uh,
I guess.
as far as I know,
Compared to what we played on, you can play in a parking lot.
Mrs. Tammy has planned a opening, it's scheduled, they have people coming to that play on that field.
I would
So-
think the dedicate opening day, that's cool, just my opinion, and I'm not getting off, kid. Opening day, you should wait until the field gets green and it gets nice and landscaped and everything for the dedication to the field. so it
Yes,
looks
we're,
nice.
we're doing, the dedication will be a different day because that's with Dave Terrell and the Legion and people that were with Captain Phillips.
So I don't know how we can schedule that tonight without Tammy's input or David's.
Well,
You?
I did,
I don't know if you have to schedule it. I
we're
think
just
we're
looking at
gonna
the
do it
home.
Next month.
You're not on.
So what's required of us right now?
That you've discussed it, that you have a plan in
Yeah,
place and that
we're
you're
going to
to.
have a ceremony,
Mm.
cut the ribbon,
Okay.
do the whole, and we'll do that at opening.
All right. So do we need a motion?
No,
Okay,
well, I
okay,
just
so
wanted to
just-
bring it forward
yeah,
that
all
this
right.
is something.
Call me up when you get the date.
It's in the planning.
Call me up when you get the date.
I will. You'll be on your cruise and I'll say, come back. Okay. Thank you. So next we have a request to reconsider the following ordinances. And it's in regards to the licenses.
Yeah, that was mine. And just.
I want to ask, I hope I have all the right things because I had sent you an email asking and then I never heard.
The only thing, I thought we didn't vote on Hawker's peddlers, didn't we kick that at the last one because it was in with mass gatherings? I didn't think we voted on those yet.
Do you know?
The other
what I'm
ones.
feeling?
we
I
did.
don't have to, I don't know if we voted on this.
I
Let me
know,
Go back and look. Hold on.
because it was
What
in
day
the
was it?
mass
Last week?
gathering
What's the section
No.
number on that?
on the last agenda.
She's looking at section 12-162. Is that what you're looking at?
Oh, yeah, no, that's not going right now.
No.
Okay.
Because you wanted to vote on that with
With the
Julian's
mass
ordinance.
yeah.
right? We
Yeah,
voted
no,
to
you
combine
you guys didn't have the time to hear them.
Okay. So we're, and as I say, I apologize. I
Yeah, no.
just
no,
didn't know
no,
what
I
ones
get
you were
it.
looking at.
I understood, I looked at that,
Okay.
but I will, we can kick it just in the interest of time, if you can put it on the next agenda.
But Mr. Jacko, I think has been,
Adam
Oh,
sat
how
here
do you
all
have-
night.
he
All right.
sat there the whole
Okay,
time.
so what I'll say, so, sorry,
But no, so what needs to happen is there needs to be a motion to
Reconsider.
There needs to be a motion to reconsider. There is no discussion on this motion. There is just a vote. And then it would be the reconsideration. If that vote passes, you then go into the reconsideration of those ordinances and then a subsequent vote if you so choose.
Okay. So I will accept a motion to request, to reconsider the ordinances as presented
Without that last one.
right,
without section 12-162.
so moved.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Okay, section 12-162. With the exception of, so there's no discussion on that.
Or minimal discussion. Yeah. Whoever wants to reconsider it just says that they want.
Go ahead, Heidi.
I'm sorry, I know.
Why do you want to reconsider it?
Why I wanna reconsider it?
You can, or you can do that.
Because we've had so many ordinances coming at us, I mean, we've had as many as 47 items on the agenda. And I didn't realize with those, the impact that it was going to have on certain business owners like Adam, that has 4 licenses. Also, there were some that went from 25 to 100, some that went from 50 to 100, and it may not seem like a lot. I mean, I was never licensed before. Now there's a license for my motel. I was never, but $100, you know, $100 for the year. But I just think we're trying to be business friendly. We're trying to attract businesses. And I think that increasing all these fees is actually going to hurt the few businesses that we have that are struggling, and there are businesses that are struggling. So that was my reason for wanting to reconsider this.
Okay, and I did put this on because you requested it, so, but I want people, because we talk about Facebook,
Yep.
I want people to realize that I do listen to other members of the council to put things on the agenda. You requested that, I put it on.
Thank you.
So now, we did go through each one. No, we're having discussion on,
Nope.
okay,
So there's a motion to reconsider. It was seconded. There
Okay.
needs to be a vote on
so
this. To
all
reconsider.
in favor of reconsidering these votes?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I will accept a motion to vote. No,
If you want to do this. You want to do the discussion portion first, like, or if, you know, you're ready to vote, there could be a motion to approve. However you guys want to do it.
We have to,
Yeah.
that has to be a motion in the affirmative to approve these.
Correct. Ultimately, your motion would have to
Okay,
be
right.
to approve them. It has
Okay.
to be in the affirmative, but you can have discussion on them. It's just the motion to reconsider that there's not supposed to be significant discussion.
So I will accept a motion to approve, thank you. Approve the ordinances listed with the exclusion of 12-162.
I would just ask that the motion is made the same way it is made during all others, that you list out the ordinance numbers.
Motion to approve the recommendations of the planning board to amend section 12-34 license for sale of alcohol. Section 12-35 license for entertainment. Section 12-36 license for campground. Section 12-37 license for hotel motels. Section.
You have to pull that one.
All right, so I'm and start over. All right. So it wasn't seconded, so I'll withdraw my motion. Okay. Yeah, am I on this? All right, I make a motion to approve the recommendations of the planning board amendments to section 12-34 license for sale of alcohol, section 12-35 license for entertainment, section 12-36 license for campground, section 12-38 license for pawn shop, section 12-39 license for sale of secondhand articles, section 12-40 license for private detective, section 12-41 license for theater, section 12-42 license for auto repair, section 12-43 license for preparing food, victualling, section 12-44 license for automobile junkyard, section 12-45 license for flea market, section 12-46 license for retail holiday sales, section 12-47 license for gravel banks, natural material processing, stone crushing, and sorting, mining, quarrying, and section 12-96 application fee and renewal fee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
So this is to go back and
Vote again.
vote again
Right.
on
But
these things,
change your vote.
except for one.
Except for, well, two. One, we didn't.
Well, we didn't include that in the motion, so.
That in the motion, we didn't include the hotel in the motion.
Which was the first one we didn't include?
We didn't 12-162. The last, if you turn the.
Yeah,
page.
okay, the hotel one and then the last one.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now we've had Adam sitting here this whole time,
Yes.
and I think maybe we need to hear what he has to say once more, because he's been patient and he sat here. And I think
But
that
take it from the council first.
I think that maybe we hear him out, and maybe there can be exceptions made sometimes.
And I have questions from the council.
Okay, well, that was
So,
my question.
Any discussion on part of the council?
Well, the only one that I, sorry, I thought was not absorbent, but it was a bigger raise, was the hawker's license.
That the.
Yeah, we're not doing that one. Yeah, we're not doing that.
Wait, Adam's concern was the pawn shop fee,
Yeah.
and then you were being hand license, the same thing.
Okay, so 1 second. Any questions from the council? Any discussion? So after having.
I was gonna say, can I, Adam brought up a point, and I'm just confused because a pawn shop is not a secondhand store. A pawn shop is you're loaning money temporarily.
Right. Grant and I had that discussion.
Oh, okay, sorry,
length.
never mind.
I still accept items that are money, they still are purchased or traded secondhand.
Can you,
Same
Adam, can
process.
you come up and state your name and address and then? Sorry.
All right, once again, Adam Dacko, 119A Central Pike, on behalf of 52 Danielson Pike, Route 6 Outpost. I am here to question the validity of a pawn shop compared to a secondhand license, where both are essentially used as the same. Yes, money is loaned, but I try not to get into that aspect of the pawn shop, only because I don't wish to accept stolen goods. There's no way for me to track jewelry where it comes to that, where I can actually use it, pawn it, loan out money, and then accept it. I choose not to go that route.
So let me ask you a question. This law, this ordinance is not just for you. It's
Correct.
for anybody with a pawn shop. So why don't you drop your pawn shop license if you're not operating as a pawn shop?
I'm just not using that portion of it. I am, no, because I am still accepting, as you have seen, trailers. I've actually, did a motorcycle. There are other things other than jewelry. And if you had seen, you think that I have farm tools. So
Why do you need pawn shops? If you're not operating as a pawn shop, by definition.
for the firearms, that is the reason why.
So you're not a
I
firearms-
have done 5 firearm pawns that I have records of.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Julia. With these licenses, the council can make exceptions. If that's the correct word.
The council has the authority to do things like if you are getting more than one license to charge specific licensing fees. That's how it's phrased in other parts of the ordinances. I did not prepare these ordinances. I can go through and look to confirm that such language is in there. I know with the MFE ordinance, there's a specific line that says the council retains the right to waive a fee, change a fee, etc.
So it's reasonable.
Grant, is that?
No, the ordinances here were very simple. They just said that the license and renewals fee would be.
Come on, they need to hear you. There's still got a bunch of people on.
Okay, so all of these ordinances, they're about a sentence apiece, and they all say that the license fee is $100 for issuance, and then renewal, it's $100, with the exception of, I think, alcohol and entertainment. So, I don't believe that language is listed in there.
Thank you.
Can we add it?
Julie, can we add that at this time? I know, or do we have to send it back
No, no.
to the planning board to say?
That is you would have to, you guys have already voted and approved these, it'd be a full new amendment. This is a reconsideration of their vote. They can change their vote and put it back on.
A line saying that the council can.
No, because what that does, okay, let me state that.
Yeah, no.
Or take the mic with
Okay.
you.
Here's what's happening, what you people need to understand, okay? Adam, just in that area, 50. Just so you know. Okay. You don't have one of, and I'm. Look, if you go to firearms, I can be referenced out.
Okay.
And don't ever call me.
Direct it to the council, please.
Okay, I'm gonna direct it to the council. Yeah, that's right, Heidi, raise your eyebrows. Here's what's going on. At night, I'm losing my mind.
So.
Okay, here's what you're doing. You're pandering to one person. You want to put a line in so that the town council here can change their minds on certain licenses. When the town gets busy and there's more licenses come in, you're gonna have more people coming in front of you and saying, I don't want to pay for this license. I think I should have to pay for this. And then you're gonna do it for Joe Schmo. And then you're gonna do it for somebody else. You have to understand, in order to do business and move forward properly, like the rest of the towns in this state, okay, we're the laughing stock. We'll never move forward because of things like this, okay? This is 2000, okay? We've had licenses in this town for $5 and $25. So the person that got raised to 100 should be thankfully had all these 20 years of $20 licenses.
I'm gonna have to.
You know how I get.
I know.
Okay,
But I.
so the point is, if you're gonna make a motion and you wanna be able to change whoever comes in and whoever's your best friend and whoever you went to high school with and your cousin, you're gonna give them a break. You might as well do that for everybody.
This is the discussion I wanted, Anthony.
Okay, well, you go.
And that's
Okay.
right.
That's what you think. Well, I should be the town clerk.
I have.
So you can't really start changing. I just showed you a license from a town that has money up the yin yang, charging me $100 for the hawker's license that we have there. Our planning board didn't just pull these fees out of the sky, Heidi, okay? We went through every town, every license, every particular to come up with a fair and reasonable number. Because if we weren't being fair and reasonable, some of these licenses that we put up for $100 in other towns are 200, 150, and 175. I rest my case.
Okay, Anthony, and it was,
Answer me. Go ahead.
I am answering you. I'm just saying, you said all these people. It wasn't all these people who requested this on the agenda. It was me. It was
You
me.
voted for everything the other night.
Okay.
And now you're changing your mind because you went home and had a discussion with somebody.
No, that's not.
Somebody that said that would
No.
affect their bottom line.
Thank you, Anthony.
No,
So-
that.
Have your husband told you to change your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Renzi. So I will address you in 1 second, Grant. Thank you. I did ask Mrs. Dillon to reach out to the clerk at Situate and in Gloucester because Mr. Dacko had pointed out to me that some of them, I'm looking at some of their licenses and license fees. I don't think we're being unreasonable.
I'm the one that asked about that. And the reason I asked for that, because I wanted that discussion to take place so that it was understood by everybody. Adam, as much as I like you, I just don't feel that these license fees were where they were supposed to be. And I don't want you to have to pay more, obviously, but it's a way of life here. And I wanted you to understand how they made their decision and how they came up with these fees.
Right, I get that. When I had all these discussions with these different committees, all right, I never, ever said that I refused to pay them.
No, you
I
didn't.
never said that.
You
I
didn't.
said,
No.
I completely understand, 100%. I just questioned that one particular.
So maybe do we, Grant, do you have a definition for what constitutes a pawn shop and what constitutes a secondhand store?
No, but we could, we don't have that. And I would just like to point out that these ordinances were read twice, and there were also ordinances that were continued, and even the ordinances that were continued were voted favorably upon. So these are
Wait.
perhaps the simplest ordinances that the planning board has put forward in terms of the context. And these are back in front of the council. Again, the planning board works hard on all this stuff, and really, I think that the council needs to understand that, yes, if you have multiple businesses under one roof, you will have to pay multiple licenses as in every other town. And this is pretty much a reflection of not coming to meetings prepared.
Okay, thank you, Grant. So do we have a definition for? We do. What am I looking at here? This doesn't tell me a definition.
Town of Exeter's application for a secondhand
Oh,
license.
I was looking for a definition of second.
And this will have it, so.
I think we've established, I
I'm
think,
trying to get this definition for you.
thank you.
It's
Go up
what
to
you're
the
gonna
mic.
sell.
Can we move the question?
It's what you
Can we
sell.
move the question? Yeah, yeah.
So a secondhand license are the articles that you're gonna sell. Okay, that's one license. You're selling certain articles, come in and out, sell, sales tax, bing, bing, boom. Pawn shop is different. It's on the pawn, it's on the come, you hawk it, you don't hawk it, put it on consignment, I'll sell it. Totally a different ball game. Okay, two different licenses, Adam.
Adam's
What's the difference between ice cream and lemonade? I got two different licenses.
Okay, Anthony, we gotta stop. End the discussion. Oh my God, it's late. Could, the motion has been made to approve the recommendations of the listed ordinances or sections with the exclusion of section 12-37 and 12-162. It has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn? No.
No,
No, because you did motion to reconsider all of them except that last one. You're gonna have to do a motion for
But-
hotel motel.
Which you had
And-
to recuse. She recused herself. So we'll move it down.
There you go.
So now we have I will accept a motion from the council to reconsider.
I make a
It was-
motion to
can I-
approve the hotel, that one, right?
That
Yeah.
Cheryl is correct.
Right. Thank you, Cheryl.
I'm paying attention, honest to God.
Section 1237.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 12-37, license for hotel motel.
Second.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion now to go into executive session, please, for discussion. You told me I could wait till the end.
I told you there was a procedure for it and you could wait till the end. It has to be a motion to add something to the agenda and then it would be a motion to go into executive session.
So you're making a motion.
I'll make
to-
an emotion to add to the agenda. I'm sorry, Julia, but this is very important to me. I'm sorry, Julia. I live 5 minutes away, but it seems like an hour right now.
I'll be asleep the whole way home.
We're wasting time. Go ahead. Motion to add.
I add to the agenda as executive session.
Second.
For
For discussion I'm sorry. I make a motion, we go into executive, we add to the agenda executive session
For
for
discussion.
discussion purposes only.
Motion is
For what?
For what?
Yeah, you have to, it's not just you can't just go into
So-
executive session for no reason. You need this state for
To
the
dis-
statute and the
To
item.
discuss the DPW director position.
I think it's more to discuss how to move forward,
It would be
how to move
40
forward with. the-
40 under 42, 46, 5A1.
Thank you. Motion has been made. Cheryl and David, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
No. Not a long one, please. I will,
You got food?
so the motion has been made, it's been seconded. We had discussion and we made a vote and we're moving on. Is there something else that we're going to, we added it, so now we have to make a motion for executive session. Ms. Hawes, you have it.
I do.
And I will ask everyone to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, that was nice.
Yep.